Welcome, everybody. We have quite the agenda to the July 13th, 2026 regular meeting of the council. So we'll get right into it, and I will call on Councillor Hughes for adoption of the agenda, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hellerue, that the agenda for the July 13th, 2026 meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Having the agenda adopted, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I'll call upon Councillor Hellerue for the consent agenda.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hellerue, seconded by Councillor Bosons, that the items contained in the July 13th, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Van Kootenbosens, the June 8th council meetings, please. Minutes, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the minutes from the June 8th, 2026 regular meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And Deputy Mayor Wilson, the June 16th special council minutes.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the minutes from the June 16th, 2026 special meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. I am going to give up the chair for our first delegation presentation, which is the Integrity Commissioner's report, as I was the subject of the complaint. So I will turn that over to the Deputy Mayor to take over, but I will not be, I don't have pecuniary interest or anything, so I'm not, just in the nature of it, so I will not be leaving.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we have, yes, we can see you now, Mr. Mascarin. I will turn it over to you to present your report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of council. Good evening. I hope you can hear me okay. You can?
Yes, we can.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you tonight. I hope I won't keep you very long here. I have a report that's before council this evening. It's the investigative report to an application under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act made against the mayor, alleging that he had breached 3 sections of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. I'll cut to the chase. My determination is that the mayor did not breach the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, primarily because there was no compelling, cogent evidence before us that the mayor actually had a real discernible financial interest, a pecuniary interest, which is what is required under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Very quickly, we are the Integrity Commissioner for the town of Ingersoll. We've been appointed to that position, and one of our obligations is to look after the application of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. In case there's any question that an applicant brings forward and says to us, we believe that a member of council has not complied with their obligations. That's a relatively new section. It was put in place in 2017 and took effect on March the 1st, 2019. Prior to that date, a person who had a belief or a suspicion that a member of council did not comply with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act had to go to court to prove it. That changed by Bill 68, which says now that the Integrity Commissioner has some jurisdiction and can look at applications that are made under Section 223.4.1 of the Municipal Act. If anyone says, any person, whether it's an elector or a person demonstrably acting in the public interest, indicates that there is a belief that a member may have, at a meeting, not declared a pecuniary interest and then participated, voted, or attempted to influence the rest of council on a matter in which they had a financial interest. That was the allegation in this particular case. The allegation arises from a regular meeting of council on February the 9th of this year and a staff report that dealt with the approval of municipal permit parking policy and the allocation of certain permit parking spaces in various lots. The one in question here is the Oxford Street lot. And the allegation is that the mayor owns property on King Street West, whether it's mayor directly or through another entity, but the mayor has an interest in a property. And the allegation was that the mayor was benefiting from this staff report and the ultimate decision that was made by council to reallocate the permit parking spaces in this particular lot on Oxford Street West. On Oxford Street, sorry. The mayor moved the motion after he had stepped down at the meeting, and he asked for the configuration of the permit parking to be reduced, the reduction in parking spaces from permit parking from 10 to 7, but that those 7 would be reallocated right up against the properties backing onto Oxford from King. The mayor, as indicated, owns property. That's not disputed. The mayor has a property there. And the allocation was that the mayor would personally benefit. That's the actual wording in the application. We put it to the applicant to show us what it was and why he believed that there would be a financial interest that the mayor was going to receive, whether he himself personally or potentially in the value of the property. And that evidence was not forthcoming. Therefore, we made a determination that there was actually potentially a personal benefit, but that it didn't translate into a financial benefit, which is really the only thing that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act cares about. Now, I don't fault the applicant for having brought this forward. The applicant had a belief that there would be some benefit to the mayor and perhaps the mayor's property. And the applicant relied on an earlier declaration of pecuniary interest that the mayor had made on the basis of a potential zoning bylaw amendment that would change the zoning and use of a property in the vicinity of the property that he owned. And you'll see that our analysis with respect to previous declarations of pecuniary interest are covered in the latter part of our report, where we say you cannot equate a zoning application with a potential permit parking policy application or matter that's in front of council. It's apples and oranges, and one does not necessarily make a determination of the other. This has happened in a number of instances. Quite honestly, there was another municipality in Oxford County where we had earlier reported on a very controversial matter, which was quite similar, and the applicants there had relied on a previous pecuniary interest declaration, which in our estimation, the mayor probably was correct in making that determination, because planning applications can have wide-ranging economic impacts on adjoining properties. In this case, we just did not see the actual pecuniary interest. So we found, because there was a lack of cogent, discernible evidence, we could not make a determination that the mayor actually had a pecuniary interest. Therefore, there was no triggering of the obligation of all members under Section 5, Sub 1 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So that's the main aspect of the application. There were two other aspects. The applicant also argued that the mayor ought to have filed a written statement of the pecuniary interest under section 5.1, which is a relatively new section, also brought in by Bill 68. Of course, that section is not triggered unless the member has a pecuniary interest. There is no pecuniary interest, therefore there's no obligation. So there's no breach of 5.1. And there was a further allegation that the mayor somehow had used the influence of his office to influence the recommendations of or decisions that were made at a staff or officer level on the administrative side. And there was just no evidence whatsoever presented on that. So it was relatively simple for us to make a determination of no contravention of section 5.1 nor 5.2. The more difficult one was, of course, on the application dealing with the pecuniary interest declaration and recusal from making any sort of decision or any participation in the decision-making process. And in this case, we found even agreeing potentially with the applicant that there might be a personal benefit to the mayor, being that the parking spaces, if he were to be allocated a permit parking space that was reconfigured and moved closer to the King Street property, that there might be a personal benefit, but that does not equate and it does not translate into an immediate financial benefit. So on that basis, we made our determination. As you may or may not know, under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and the authority of the Integrity Commissioner, unlike a code of conduct complaint where the Integrity Commissioner investigates and then comes in front of council with a report and potentially recommends certain matters, in this case, the decision is left with the Integrity Commissioner. And the decision is whether the Integrity Commissioner will make an application to a judge under Section 8 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And our determination and our decision on that is set out in the report. We have not found any basis to conclude that there was a financial interest that the mayor would receive or that his other entity that he may hold property in the name of may receive. Therefore, we did not see a direct nor an indirect pecuniary interest. And in our determination, there is no point in making an application to the judge. So we made that determination. Again, council, it is our determination as Integrity Commissioner to make. Council can't instruct us to do something different, even if it would like to. And some councils have attempted to do that. And the courts have been very clear that the decision is the Integrity Commissioner's. So on that basis, we prepared the report. We provided notice to the mayor. Interestingly enough, there is no requirement that we conduct an investigation in any particular way. The Municipal Act says the Integrity Commissioner shall conduct an inquiry as they consider appropriate. In this case, we did not even have to ask the mayor to make submissions, which is typically what we would do, because we felt that we did not have the evidentiary basis to proceed. Therefore, we did not have to ask the mayor for any input. But we decided to let the mayor know about this, otherwise he would be receiving this surprise this evening. So we did give notice to the mayor that we had investigated, that we had written a report, which we could not show him because, of course, we report to council first. That's who we report to. And we also provided notice to the applicant indicating that we would not be making an application to the court, indicated to the applicant that we would be reporting this evening and that the report would be available detailing our reasoning for our determinations. So, council, with that, I will stand down. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that anyone may have about the report or our factual findings in it. Again, I just want to be clear, council is receiving this as information. Council actually has no role in doing anything and making any decisions other than to receive the report for information purposes. So with that, Madam Chair, I will stand down, but I'd be happy to answer any questions as to the report or as to our process or with respect to our authority to look after the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Mascarin made our role quite clear, but if anyone has any questions, now would be the time. Councillor Hallerow.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to say I was very much looking forward to the details of the report because I kind of felt quite relatable to the complaint that came. I do remember having us debate this issue, and I was curious to understand how the public has perceived that. There is, of course, what we call perceived conflict of interest versus real conflict of interest. But I was surprised that you just cut to the chase. I mean, I felt like we and the public have a right to read what the actual complaint was, just kind of getting in there and maybe giving us a judgment or maybe an explanation to why the judgment came about. I don't feel is fair to the public who sometimes do not read our agenda items or sometimes do not have the time to listen to public counsel. But for the record, for us to understand the meticulous nature of this person's complaint and reading through them, understanding why they would come to that conclusion, even though that is not something that has been found in conflict, I think is fair to the public. And I just wonder if you could help us read out the initial complaint.
All right. I believe I've, and through you, Madam Chair, I believe I've actually done that. The report is right there. The actual complaint, if you'd like to follow along with me, sorry, not the complaint, the application, Councillor, is, you'll see that I've summarized it very briefly at paragraph 4 of the report. The application, I'll just read from it, paragraph 4, arises from Council's consideration at its meeting on February the 9th of a staff report that recommended the approval of the permit parking policy and the allocation of permit parking spaces. So there was a report before Council that dealt with this, and one of the lots that was impacted was the parking lot on the east side of Oxford Street, which is south of King Street West. So the application, you'll see in paragraph 5, alleges that during the meeting, the mayor stepped down from the chair, which he could do, and seated the chair so he could move a motion to make amendments to the staff recommended configuration, which altered both the location and the number of overnight parking spaces. So that's set out in section 5. The application, you'll see at paragraph 6, it says it very clearly what the applicant said, alleged that the mayor participated in the discussion and voted on the matter, despite the fact that there was an asserted pecuniary interest, failed to declare it, and also used his office contrary to 5.2. Those are the allegations. That's exactly what was in the application. I've summarized it. What's important is the application was very clear that the mayor derived a personal benefit. It was very interesting to me to read that because the allegation was not that the mayor derived a financial benefit. And you made reference to a perceived conflict of interest. So just let me be clear to the rest of the members of council. There's no such thing at law recognized as a perceived conflict of interest. I know many people refer to it, but it's not a thing at law. A perceived interest is something that someone perceives might be an interest. There is, however, a common law conflict of interest, and there is also what could be an apparent conflict of interest. Those require something more than someone to just perceive that something is a conflict. But those are matters outside of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and this application was directly made under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which requires And there's a case that's cited further on, Cauchy and Mara, which is very clear. You can have all sorts of interests, political interest, religious interest, free speech interest, but they don't create a financial interest necessarily. So what was missing in this case is that, yes, we even acknowledge that there might be potentially a personal benefit to the mayor, but that does not translate to a financial interest or a financial benefit or financial economic impact to the mayor or any indirect interest that the mayor may have. So on that basis, Councillor, we made the decision that there was no financial interest. Therefore, the 3 allegations in the application that the mayor did not disclose the financial interest, pecuniary interest, and did not recuse himself, we felt he didn't have to do that because there was no triggering of the pecuniary interest. 2, he didn't have to file a written statement under 5.1 because he didn't have a financial interest. And C, or 3, under 5.2, there was no evidence put forward that the mayor somehow used the influence of his office as mayor to get the staff or any officers of the municipality to bring forward a particular recommendation or decision. And in fact, what happened here is that the mayor did not appear to have influenced staff, because what the mayor did is he moved a motion to actually make an amendment to what staff was bringing forward. So we did not find that any 3 of the allegations under the MCIA, the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, were met in this case. I hope that explains that.
That definitely was a better explanation. Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hudson. To the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive Integrity Commissioner report on the Conflict of Interest Investigation 2026-01 as information.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mayor Petrie.
Thank you, Chair, through you. What I want to say is first that, yeah, this is the proper process. I 100% support it. This is what we have it for. You know, either way it goes, this is the process that council has and the proper thing. So I fully support that, and I think I certainly, you know, that's what it's there for. And I always try to act that way with integrity. And what I just wanted to highlight as well is that those previous decisions based off of planning matters were the direct result of inquiries to our Integrity Commissioner advice received. And it's something I always recommend everybody do. If there's a question, we have the ability to ask our Integrity Commissioner for advice, and they always provide it. So other than that, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed? That's carried.
Okay, with that, we will now move into Committee of the Adjustment. I will call on Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hudson, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll go into a Committee of Adjustment meeting to consider the following minor variance application. A02-2685 Thames Street South, applicant Dean Hanlon.
Thank you much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We're now in the Committee of the Adjustment, and I will now declare the Committee of Adjustment meeting to be open. The Committee of Adjustment is authorized to consider applications for minor variances for the Town of Ingersoll zoning bylaw under Section 45 of the Planning Act. This meeting is being constituted as a public meeting under Section 45(6) of the Act for the purpose of receiving public input on the requested minor variance, which will be considered this evening by the planner and the Committee of Adjustment before a decision on the application is made at a future meeting of the committee. We ask anyone in attendance at this meeting who wishes to receive the committee's decision on the application being considered to sign the attendance record on the table outside of the council chambers. Anyone attending virtually is to submit a written request to the town clerk. danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. Does any member of the Committee of Adjustment have a conflict of interest on the application to be heard this evening? Seeing none, the application to be heard concerns A-0226 85 Thames Street South, Dean Hanlon. Has the Secretary of the Committee received any additional correspondence in the application that has not been noted on the agenda?
I have not.
Thank you. I'm going to request Planner Heather Sinclair to provide an overview of the application and an explanation of the requested minor variance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee has received an application for minor variance to permit the conversion of a second floor apartment on the subject lands from 2 apartment dwellings into 3, and to exempt the establishment of the 3rd apartment dwelling unit from the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw. Specifically, the application requests a reduction from the minimum gross floor area requirement of the special central commercial CC-1 zone for the second floor apartments from 37 square meters or 398 square feet of gross floor area to permit the conversion of one of the existing apartments into 2, one being 19.9 square meters in size and the other being 28.3 square meters in size. And this would be in addition to the existing unit, which would remain unchanged. The subject lands are located on the east side of Thames Street South, lying south of Charles Street East, and are approximately 948 square meters or 10,000 square feet in size, with approximately 20 meters or 67 feet of frontage on Thames Street South. The subject lands contain an existing mixed-use building containing a commercial unit on the main floor, as well as apartment dwellings on the 2nd and 3rd floor. The special CC-1 zoning that applies to the property permits the 2 dwelling units on the 2nd floor and allows for 12 bachelor dwelling units on the 3rd floor. And no changes are proposed to the living arrangements on the 3rd floor at this time. These subject lands contain a parking lot in the rear, which is accessed by Charles Street East, and the easterly portion of the property is regulated by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. No comments have been received from the public to date, and staff will be bringing forward a report containing the comments received from the public agencies, as well as a review of the proposal under the 4 tests of a minor variance at a future meeting. And I'm available for any questions on the proposal.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant or the representative have any comments or anything to say concerning the application? I believe we have the applicant may be virtual.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, the elevator wasn't working, and I for lack of a better term, I twisted my right foot. I don't have any further comments. Looking forward to receiving the staff report in due course.
Thank you very much. I apologize as we replace the elevator. I thank staff for providing the option for virtual down to the lobby, and that'll be fixed sooner than we know. So, okay, I will now open this meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides one opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and Committee of Adjustment before the report and recommendation on the requested minor variance is brought forward at a subsequent meeting. Any person attending who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition to the application may do so now. Please approach the lectern and state your name and address for the public record. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the application? Seeing none, is there anybody online who'd like to speak to the application? None? Okay, members of the Committee of Adjustment now have the opportunity to ask any questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comments at this time. Any questions from the committee of the application at this time? I have just one. In the overhead picture of the property, I guess it's page, it doesn't have a page number, it's the aerial photo. 6, okay. Thank you. And it shows quite a bit of room where parking is, but compared to the drawing that's attached there, like visually it looks like there could be room for more parking, but the drawing shows a different story. I guess my question is there a way to include more parking on there, or is it just the wish not to have more parking included?
So is this to the applicant or to staff?
Who is best able to answer that question.
I guess just to provide some helpful information, just for like the purposes of ingress and egress, there's the required access, and part of that I understand is for emergency access. So it's not the desire not to provide more parking. It's just the opportunities and constraints of the site don't exactly allow for it. But happy to work with staff and see what could be done. Just the existing drawings just reflect what we understand is the ingress and egress requirements.
Okay, thank you. Heather?
I would just echo the applicant's comments. The site is certainly constrained for parking, particularly if we take into consideration the 12 dwelling units that are on the 3rd floor, which would each require 1 parking space. So it is unlikely that an additional space would be able to be accommodated back there. We have heard comments from the clerk's department, who has indicated that they may look to utilize the town's cash in lieu of parking bylaw as a condition of approval if this were to be approved. So that's something that we may be bringing forward in our report to the committee at a future meeting.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none. If there are no further comments or questions, then the public meeting for this application is concluded. The application will now be scheduled to come before Committee of Adjustment at a subsequent meeting, during which the planner's report and recommendation will be considered and a decision will be made. And I will, yes, as a reminder, we'll just have a motion to receive the report as information. Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, Member Hughes, seconded by Member Hallerue, that the Town of Ingersoll Committee of Adjustment receive report CP-2026-227 as information.
Thank you. I apologize. It was Member Hughes, not Councillor Hughes. So discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And as a reminder, if any member of the audience wishes to be notified of the committee's decision in respect of a minor variance, they must either sign the attendance sheet that is located in the foyer outside of council chambers or submit a written request to the Secretary of the Committee of Adjustment, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Secretary must provide notice of the Committee of Adjustment's decision to all those who request a copy within 10 days after the committee's renders decision. The Planning Act provides for an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal from a decision made by the Town of Ingersoll within 20 days of the issuing of the notice of decision. Only specified persons, public bodies, registered owners of the land to which the plan may apply, the requester to amend the plan, and the minister may appeal the decision of the town to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Excluding the minister, any party wishing to make an appeal must have made written or oral submissions to council at a public meeting. If there are no further comments or questions, I will now ask a resolution to adjourn the July 13th, 2026 Committee of Adjustment meeting. Seeing none, Member Hallerue, please.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bosons, that the Committee of Adjustment meeting now be adjourned and that the July 13th, 2026 regular meeting of council come back into order.
Any much discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right. Okay, finishing up with the Committee of Adjustment, we'll now head into delegations and presentations and petitions. Our first one is the Oxford County Official Plan Project Presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is April Nixon. I'm the manager of planning policy with the County of Oxford, and I'm joined tonight with Hanne, Yager, who's one of our planning policy planners as well. So tonight's presentation is a bit of an overview overall in terms of the new official plan project. It also provides an opportunity for council to ask us any questions or share maybe any other thoughts or ideas you all have as well. So just by sort of way of a bit of an introduction and a bit of a reminder, so when we talk about official plans in Ontario, we're talking about a tool that falls under the Planning Act, and the development, preparation, and implementation of official plans is guided by the Planning Act as well as the Provincial Planning Statement 2024. And it's also the main document that helps directly influence how and what is included in a municipal zoning bylaw. So building from that, we're looking at moving ahead with developing a new official plan overall for Oxford County. So in terms of that official plan tool, it is the main document that helps guide and direct how and where growth occurs, how land is used, how we coordinate the planning of that land with the overall preparation and construction of related infrastructure and public services. It also is the main document that helps us decide how we protect things that are important, and that includes things such as farmland, the environment, including nature, water, these sorts of things, as well as cultural heritage and archaeological resources. It, as a document itself, contains a lot of different policies, plans, maps, and various land use requirements. And it is as I mentioned, it's also the tool that directly helps influence local zoning bylaws. So in an Oxford context, we have one singular official plan at the county level. So that document functions as the county's official plan, but it also functions as the area municipal official plan, including for the town of Ingersoll. So it sets out those broad, sort of long range and more detailed land use requirements, and that in turn helps directly influence and inform Ingersoll's zoning bylaw. So why a new official plan now? The current document is actually from 1995. It has been reviewed and updated since that time, and it's helped us navigate significant change and growth when it comes to population, employment, and development patterns that we've seen over the last number of decades. That said, Oxford's population as a whole is actually expected to grow to a population of more than 200,000 people over the next 20 to 30 years. And in an Ingersoll context, that translates to about 5,000 to 6,000 more people in Ingersoll alone. Recognizing the sort of rate and amount of growth that's on the horizon and the number of legislative and technical changes that we've been navigating over the past number of years in particular, now is a good opportunity to sort of do a comprehensive look and refresh at our overall planning tools. So in terms of the project timeline overall, right now we're right at the beginning of this overall project. We are thinking it's going to take us about 3 years from start to finish. This is comparable to other municipal official planning exercises that have been undertaken by neighboring municipalities and elsewhere in Ontario as well. Visioning is sort of the first step, and that's part of what we're actively engaged in right now. But from there, we'll be moving through completing various background studies, papers, and related research over the next year or so. And then that's going to move into having more discussions, both with county council as well as our area municipal councils and the public, in terms of what's included in those documents themselves. And then the recommendations and feedback received on that step will translate into a draft official plan. There'll be more engagement then. And then ultimately that results in a new document going to county council for direction and adoption, and then that has to be submitted to the province for them to actually make a decision for approval, as they are the approval body.
So what is the goal for community engagement? So here we have an illustration of the approach that we're hoping to take. Generally, engagement will occur kind of throughout the project, as April noted, using a range of methods to collect feedback that becomes more focused as we progress. So far, the range of methods that we have used for consultation has included holding meetings with staff, creating a public Speak Up Oxford page, launching an online survey, and hosting 4 in-person workshops with the community. Notices have included emails, newspapers, radio ads, social media, and releases on the county website. And in the future, where meetings are required under the Planning Act, notices will follow the Planning Act requirements. So the overall intent is to collect broad goals at this visioning stage now that will inform more focused background studies that help guide future policy directions which in turn affect those detailed draft official plan policies in the future. So the important thing to understand is that at each stage of that process, there's going to be opportunities for the community to review information and offer feedback. So we keep saying this word, visioning. What is visioning? So it describes a process that involves asking the community for help to help define the overarching objective or strategy or vision for an official plan. And we do that through the engagement methods I noted earlier. A vision is essentially used to develop an overarching principle or priorities within the text of the official plan, and future decisions would therefore recognize those principles in order to support the aspects of that shared community vision. So we've brought some examples of how we've been communicating some key concepts to the community as part of the visioning process so far. So for example, this slide shows some guiding questions that we used in those in-person workshops to solicit discussion and broad ideas, and perhaps they might inspire some suggestions from council today. So for example, questions like, what should Oxford County feel like and look like and offer to people in 20 to 30 years? Or what do you see as the main priorities, challenges, and opportunities? Another way of conceptualizing objectives for the official plan over the long term is to consider how planning affects different topics. An important thing to understand is these aren't exhaustive, so if you think of other ideas, absolutely great. And they're not mutually exclusive, so often they intersect and relate to one another. So just to pick an example from the top, if a person's vision, for example, was for growth and community structure for the official plan, they might think about what mixed use looks like at the neighborhood scale. For those passionate for the environment, to pick another example, their vision for the future might be that locally important natural features are protected. Feedback today will be combined with any feedback we've received through the online community survey, the Speak Up Oxford page, and the in-person visioning workshops, as well as input from other municipal councils, and any ideas that emerge from other comments or questions we've received through discussions with interest groups. We'll take all of that information and create a report that synthesizes what we've heard the vision to be, which will establish the key objectives of the official plan. Thank you all for your time, and we're available for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions or comments for the delegation? I'll start with a couple comments, and then they may go into some questions. One is the number for growth is really at this point dictated by the provincial planning numbers. And, I have a copy of the 86 plan in my office that predicted that Oxford County would be at the population is now in 2000. And so it's hard to predict population level, but what I do like to try to do is predict growth, because that's the things that are going to affect us going on. This is probably one of the, when you think of the planning documents, this is the overarching biggest piece that we have across Oxford County. And the great thing about Oxford County is we only have one official plan, but we're able to still be Ingersoll and Woodstock. How important is it to have people's input and actively take part in this exercise?
So to the mayor, oftentimes with planning, people don't tend to sort of understand what we do until there's an application, maybe directly in their neighborhood or beside them. An opportunity to get involved now at that visioning stage actually helps us better understand things that they might have concerns about or things that they want to see happen in their community at the broadest scale possible. So this actually lets us be able to have an understanding on some of those perspectives to help inform how we set out the overall plan itself. So this is actually the best opportunity for people to be able to get involved. And going online, taking part in the community survey takes less than 10 minutes to help fill that out. So it's a great opportunity to get involved. It's probably one of the most important pieces in terms of being able to help influence the overall sort of guiding principles and objectives, and to really help better understand the community's perspective on how they want to see things sort of change or not, as it may be, in terms of how we navigate that growth going forward.
Okay. Certainly there's a lot of different views about how our community and the broader community should be shaped But there is a trend in the surrounding areas where even though council approves the official plan, it's appealed and held up. I know Thames Center is held up for quite some time. London Plan is held up. Is this a document, the process that we're using, that will be able to be appealed, and will the people not be put into use? Or is that, I kind of know the answer. But.
So to the mayor, because we only have one official plan, the Planning Act as it reads right now, there is no appeal of the province's decision or approval on ROP. The difference there is for a municipality like Thames Center, the county is ultimately the approval authority, and there are mechanisms in which people can still appeal a locally approved official plan where it's approved by the upper tier or the county level approval body. So there are still some differences and some nuances in appeal requirements under the Act. But because ours is subject to a provincial approval by the minister, there is no appeal, according to the Planning Act as it's written right now, of that minister's decision.
Okay, and just flowing into the next question then, if we need minister approval, the province has been very vocal and active in limiting municipal input into planning decisions and been very more centralized in their actions around planning. Do you think that'll have an effect upon this official plan and limit the ability for the community to have a say of what it wants to have in the broader community?
So to the mayor, this is going to be probably one of the challenges that we have to navigate in the preparation of this plan overall. That said, the changes in the requirements that we're seeing right now in terms of streamlining official plans, the province seems to be very focused in wanting to have a certain degree of comparability between all OPs in terms of how those documents are organized. They don't seem at this point to be weighing in on how some of those policy frameworks themselves are set up, or at least not in detail. So, there's still very much an opportunity, even from sort of a provincial approval lens, to develop a plan that reflects local priorities and a local direction in terms of how it wants to approach growth and change. It's not entirely limited. That said, staff are going to need to be nimble in our approach to navigate Planning Act changes as they continue to occur going forward, and we fully expect that the province will continue to change the Planning Act over the course of this project.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Councillor Halleru, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Just thinking and reflecting over what I've seen, I just wondered, I have a question about how does the county consider recreation in terms of a really serious focal point and working with the cities within it? Because as we consider expansion, population growth, I come from a place where when I think about something like this, I moved to Canada to a village called Mission, BC, 16,000, about the size of maybe Ingersoll today. And I'll tell you, recreation is the one way we can use to fight both the drug epidemic, the homelessness, and the population growth for people to do stuff. Because we have it as our city priorities in Oxford County, how does the county come to a point where we both align in terms of, say, funding and more items? I'll give you another example. Like, for example, Brampton. I moved to Brampton, and that was as population growth again. And there was something about the education factor where centers for assimilating newcomers, for example, for education purposes or to identify what cultural supports they need. I'm feeling like we're missing out on that specific, more social aspect in the plan. That I believe that, and again, coming from another perspective where I worked for the crisis line in BC for a year, and it was about crisis, people in crisis in the moment where there's homelessness, there's, even for families that are new, there's, separations, rape issues, suicide. How does the county have an official plan that we're going to focus on for the next few years that does not include that kind of social fabric? I just wanted to really understand why that isn't included.
So through the mayor to the councillor. So official plans are focused as a land use planning tool. So they can help as a guiding document to help create sort of a better understanding on how it as a land use planning document can help support other types of maybe master plans or studies or priorities that municipalities have. And understanding even some of those existing priorities and studies is something that we've already started to do through outreach with town staff as well, whether that's on the provision of certain types of public services, including recreation, or whether that's in relation to understanding maybe where other master plan work that's recently been completed or is in the works of being completed needs to be considered, so that we have clear direction on how to consider and integrate those things where they happen. It's not a financial document, so it's not going to decide or guide decision-making around finances and priorities in that sense. But even understanding, if there's an interest within the community, or there's a need within the community to, say, consider different types of housing and to have broader policy direction with greater flexibility to support different types of units or unit mix overall, that may be a consideration that can help support sort of changing the housing mix over time within the community to help address things like affordability. So some of these things are sort of top-down, sort of change over time type tools, and helping set that vision helps us understand where there may be areas of interest for pursuing some policy direction to help within that process overall. That can also include for things like parks planning and open space tools to help provide the support. So when the area municipalities do their parks planning work and their parks master plans, the official plan is a supportive tool to help with local decision making and implementation at that level too, recognizing, of course, that the town is the decision maker with respect to parks.
So if I had some suggestions or anyone had ideas, would they be adding that to the growth and the community structures focus? Or would that be a whole different focus?
So comments can be provided sort of however people sort of feel or relate. There's no right or wrong bucket, if you will. We've been presenting it this way because sometimes talking about things in terms of various topic areas and providing examples helps inspire people. It helps them make connections in terms of maybe something that relates to them on a personal basis or in their community or in their neighborhood. So we're trying to help give them ideas that maybe help inspire them to give us even more feedback. The best way for the public to provide us feedback at this point, and the QR code that's on this last slide today too will take you directly to the URL link that is also on the slide. That is the main official plan webpage on Speak Up Oxford, and the community survey is there. It's not terribly long. It'll take less than 10 minutes to fill out. There's questions around sort of all of these topic areas to maybe help get some creative energy flowing. And there's also opportunities in there too for people to provide their own individual thoughts through open-ended questions as well.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. One thing I do want to highlight is Oxford County. A lot of other municipalities are starting to look at what Oxford County does with one official plan. You would think of all the duplication and the extra work for 8 municipalities, separate local municipalities, and then the upper tier to create all separate official plans that really have to have harmony together anyway. So this allows for those broader policies, but the local policies specifically where they need to be. So yes, it's a long process, but it's an important one, and it provides that. The thing that makes Oxford, if I'm going to put on my county hat, the Grow Stronger Together tagline, but it allows Ingersoll to be Ingersoll, Woodstock to be Woodstock, but those broader policies to be together. So I can't encourage people enough to take part in this, and I question whether council may want to have a workshop itself just to put a specific focus from an Ingersoll lens on that feedback, but I'll leave that with council and we can discuss that with staff later. So if there's any further questions or comments, seeing none, thank you very much. I call upon Councillor Van Kumbast, please.
Thank you very much. Moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the presentation from Oxford County regarding the new county official plan as information.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we'll call upon the Ingersoll Iron Buddies Challenger Baseball Program delegation, please. Amanda and Jonathan Ryan, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Petrie and members of council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. For those of you who don't know me, my name is John Ryan. I'm a member of the Ingersoll Minor Baseball Association and the Ingersoll Accessibility Committee. This is my wife, Amanda Ryan, who is also a member of the Accessibility Committee and Ingersoll Minor Baseball Association. You want to go ahead now?
So today we're here to represent Ingersoll Minor Baseball, and we've had the opportunity to partner with the Jays Care Foundation, and we've gotten full support from the Ingersoll Minor Baseball Board to go ahead with this program. So it's going to be through Ingersoll Minor Baseball, but ran separately. John and I will take basically the front seat when it comes to fulfilling all the needs of the Jays Cares Foundation, to make sure that we give them the appropriate feedback and how things are going. So I'll go ahead with this. So basically, we're here to say that every child deserves the chance to play baseball, and it's not even about baseball, it's just every child deserves some sort of ability to have a hobby or recreation that's accessible to them. So the reason why we're here tonight is to ask the town of Ingersoll to provide our program with the complimentary use of Victoria's South Diamond for the new Accessible Baseball League, which is going to be known as Ingersoll Iron Buddies Challenger Baseball. You can go ahead.
Okay. So it's an opportunity to ensure that children with exceptionalities in the community have a league of their own, right? And, okay, next slide. Okay. So basically, is that the right side? Yeah. Sorry, I lost myself here. Okay, are we here?
Yeah.
All right. So basically who we are, Adaptive Baseball League for children and youth living with physical, developmental, intellectual, and cognitive disabilities. Not all disabilities are visible. Some of them are, it could be anything from sensory to fear of crowds, right? So players who participate with the support of trained volunteer buddies. So every athlete plays, every athlete bats, every athlete belongs, which is the most important part. So basically, our league exists because every child deserves a chance to wear a team jersey, hear the crowd cheering them on, and experience being part of a team.
And not necessarily cheering, it could even just be like,
Support.
waving your hands, like the sign language cheering or whatever works for each of the children.
Yeah. Okay.
So the reason why we've started this program or started looking into it is because our son Hudson Ryan passed away in 2023 in January, and he was a wheelchair user. He was born with Soto syndrome, and some of the characteristics of Soto syndrome include hypotonia, global development delay, higher chance of autism, scoliosis, epilepsy, you name it. So he was in a wheelchair from the age of 2. And having a child like Hudson really made us realize that the world is set up for, I don't want to say excluding these kids, but rather than helping Hudson walk, they fit him for a wheelchair. So that's kind of why we're here, is to break down some barriers, let families know that they don't have to fight as hard as we had to fight to get, regular, accessible life to Hudson. So there's Hudson. That was the first day that he got his wheelchair. He was just so happy that he could sit at the table with our family. And then after he passed away, we put his light in the park. Sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so basically, I got in contact with the Jays Care Foundation because starting one of these leagues, grassroots, is a lot of work. I found out that Challenger Baseball is supported fully through Jays Cares. So now we are officially licensed and recognized Challenger Baseball League. We are the only one in Oxford County. We are the only one outside of London or KW. And again, through this partnership, we receive league equipment from Jays Cares, extensive resources, volunteer training, insurance support, national programming. Our athletes can get a chance to participate in Toronto and travel. Also, it's basically guidance from the leading adaptive sports league in Canada. And basically, they have spent years developing this program. Cambridge has been around for 18 years now.
and explain a little bit about what Cambridge does. So the guy who runs the Cambridge League, it's called Buddy League.
Buddy ball, yeah.
And so he has enough players, I think he has 180 athletes.
Age
And-
4 to 65.
Yeah. So right now, our league is from age 5 to 17.
Yeah.
And it's basically drills and skills, but once we get going, we have the opportunity to have seniors leagues. We have the opportunity to get, you know, retirement homes involved and get out on the diamond and have them hit the ball and throw the ball and catch the ball and, you know, just have fun for a day, get out in the fresh air. And so it's a really meaningful thing that we can do for our community, so we're really invested in seeing this through.
Okay, and so ever since, well before Hudson passed, we lived in Woodstock. We needed to be closer to London Children's. We liked Ingersoll. We liked the small town feel. I like how, even though it's a small town, belonging and inclusivity are big talking points here. We have a great park, and I just figured when Hudson was still here, I was looking into starting this, and now I'm looking to continue this to offer a place for parents that live in Oxford or say, okay, we don't have to live in London to give ourselves, we can be close enough, but give ourselves an opportunity in a small town where my kid is safe, where my kid belongs, where my kid is seen. And that's why Challenger Baseball works. It's all across Canada. It affects thousands of lives. The friendships, the relationships between coaches, volunteers, buddies, and the athletes. There's so many success stories and benefits for everybody. So basically, as you can see here, Challenger families consistently report that their athletes have increased confidence, social skills, can build relationships, and some of them can even get over the phobias and some of the sensory issues that they incur day to day. And really, why Ingersoll? So currently, families in Oxford County, we're a smaller county, so there's limited opportunities. We have Special Olympics, we have the name is slipping my mind right now, but the bowling league. I can't remember what they're called, so basically there's not a lot of opportunities, and baseball's basically 56% of kids with exceptionalities play sports versus 87% of kids that are neurotypical, right? And like, instead of traveling long distances, families can participate right in their hometown. We've already had interest from Tillsonburg, London, Woodstock, and as far away as Brantford. So basically, this would make Ingersoll the leader in accessible recreation within Oxford County, right? And
a lot of people have to make the choice of not paying the amount of gas to get their kids to a baseball league in London when, you know, they have 5 appointments a month and they're all in Toronto, you know.
Yeah.
We've gone through that. We had multiple appointments every week, and it's not cheap to have a kid with a disability at all.
No.
You have your therapies, your specialist appointments, your equipment that you need, wheelchair. I think we paid at least $10,000 out of pocket for a wheelchair for a 2-year-old.
Yeah,
So
and
just to give you an idea of the expenses that a lot of families experience.
And also, we will be running it on a Saturday. Saturday doesn't always work for most families, but it does work for families with children who have multiple appointments through the week. If they attend school, they might not have the energy to come out to a sport afterwards. So we will be running it on Saturdays. And basically, the benefits to the town are right there. It promotes accessibility, inclusion. It brings out volunteers. We've had a lot of interest throughout the community for volunteers. Family engagement as parents of a child with additional needs. Just seeing your child be a child is all you can ask for. They don't need to win a trophy, inch stone. What?
Yeah, inch stone.
Instead of a milestone, every inch stone is a Super Bowl to us,
Yeah.
right? So we want to bring that to other families. And basically, the town will be recognized as a founding community partner, helping make adaptable sports available to the local families. This program's in it for the long run. We just opened registration. We're already at 10 kids, and I hope to grow it through IMBA as long as I can run it. And basically, this kind of initiative will strengthen our town's reputation, which I know we have through the Accessibility Committee, as a welcome and inclusive place to live.
Yeah, and I was just going to say too, with the registration, the amount of parents who were so just happy, even if they didn't have a child with additional needs, just like commenting on the Facebook posts and just like, wow, this is really happening. Like, this is so great. This is so amazing for you guys to offer this. And, you know, finally, a lot of comments were like, finally, we've been waiting for something like this. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. And then, do you want me to say this?
Sure.
Okay, and back to our request. We respectfully ask council to provide complimentary use of Victoria Park South Diamond on Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. from August 22nd to October 24th. We have no sessions on August 29th. I think there's a tournament, and September 19th is another tournament, which would be 8 scheduled game days during our inaugural season. We are starting a little bit late this year because it took a lot of work to get it going, and I want to get it started this year to keep growing it. And basically, the financial value of the diamond rental cost for the town is relatively small when compared to the impact it will bring to families. And removing any cost we can will allow me to purchase specialized adaptive equipment. So if we do have a child with vision needs, we do have more sensory needs, I can make sure the proper equipment is available for those children.
And they do have like baseballs that make noise so that they kind of know where to hit the ball. And they have tactical stuff or tactile stuff.
Yeah.
If any children don't like the feeling of a smooth baseball, they have like ridges and dimples and all kinds of stuff.
All right.
And they provide, so when we got our startup kit, we have at least 40 brand new helmets from Jay's Care. We have bats, we have gloves, like every size, every hand, right and left-handed gloves.
Yeah.
Flat bases that the kids can wheel over or use their walker over.
So-
And then every year they give you an add-on
Yeah.
package. So every year, if they find, you know, a baseball that's worked for this league or that league, then they send it out to everybody for the year.
Yeah.
So,
All right, so basically, Jay's will supply us with all the equipment. Any other equipment I will source through me. Basically, what you need to know about the league coordinators, Amanda is the chair of the Accessibility Advisor Board. Some of our council members are also members, and I'm also a member of the board. I am currently the sitting president of Ingersoll Minor Baseball, and Amanda is a local league convener, so we have extensive ties to baseball in the town. We also have the full support of our board for this program. So we brought blast ball to Ingersoll 2 years ago for 2 to 3 year olds to make it more accessible for a younger age. Yeah, so our program is growing, and being a small town, we do not have a lot of space to play. So Saturday at Vic, I went over with a few of our park guys, and I think it's the perfect diamond right now. And we also sponsor blast ball for 2 year olds through our Huddy Buddy Foundation in memory of our son.
our tiniest little players.
So we do have a lot of baseballers coming up in the next few years. And we do have a personal connection to the league, and I am determined to see it succeed.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. And there's just some pictures of,
So that's what the jerseys look like this year for Huddy Buddies, or the Blast Ball League, in the bottom corner. Top right corner is our family, minus Hudson obviously, but John coached, 2 teams last year, 3 teams this year?
Yeah.
Coached 2 teams last year, 2 teams this year. And then we've got our whole family holding up the Huddy Buddy Blast Ball jerseys. And then we were with Mayor Petrie and a few members of the Accessibility Committee raising the flag for National Accessibility Week. And then this is a picture of the jerseys that we've proposed for Iron Buddies. So we're keeping with the theme of Hudson holding his little yellow balloon, but we've turned it into a baseball. And the sponsors that we have are Oxford Speech Plus. They've already sponsored for a team donation. And Van Walk Photography, she's from Woodstock. She's sponsoring the team photos. So it's just gonna be the kids while they're playing. She's gonna do portraits of them so they don't have to sit in a room where people are trying to get their attention by whistling, snapping, bright lights flashing, that kind of thing. So it's gonna be a lot more accessibility friendly for all the kids, and that's completely sponsored by her.
yeah. So my goal is to keep costs down as much as possible. So anywhere I can save families, like we do have insurance, I have to have insurance, I have insurance. And there are some nominal fees. They recommend a commitment fee, but eventually I'd like to bring down the fee to the bare minimum. We are a startup league, so it's gonna take a little bit of time, so any help will help. And basically, in closing, when Hudson was alive, we advocated, right, for a lot of things that families take for granted, including us before we had a child with exceptionalities, right? And basically, this is our promise to other families that we will fight with you. And it just is something as simple as baseball, but something as simple as baseball for a child with exceptional needs is huge. That's their NHL, that's their NFL, right?
And
it's
for
everything.
Their parents as well.
Yeah. And basically, just simply have fun, be a kid, be safe. And by supporting Iron Buddies, you're not just providing access to a diamond, you're helping create memories, friendships, confidence, and belonging for children who deserve the same opportunities as every other child in Ingersoll. And I think that is it.
Yep.
That's it?
That's it, yeah.
Does anybody have any comments or questions?
Well, I certainly do. I think to speak on behalf of council, thank you so much for choosing Ingersoll, because we're certainly benefiting from all you do. And this is just a prime example of what comes from a small town and the efforts of citizens. This is not a town thing. This is citizens. You guys have put a lot of work into it, and it shows. I can't imagine what you've been through, but you're honoring your son. Every step that you do is just a huge honor, and you're using that. That's the thing with accessibility, is that without that love experience, we can't all benefit from something in the future. And certainly not only the kids that are going to get play and others that are going to play, but our whole community is going to benefit from this and what you're doing. So I can't thank you enough for. I can't imagine how you have time to sleep. So, but it doesn't go unnoticed, and I'm pretty sure this is a pretty small ask of council for all the work that after all the work that you've put in, and I know our staff is super supportive of this, and so it's pretty amazing, and I can't imagine you're going to add a few more sponsors to that jersey, no problem.
Yeah.
Any questions from council? Comments? Yeah, go ahead. Councilor Van Kooten-Boston, and we'll continue. Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Could have cried all the way through it, but you know what? I thought you were going to too, but Ingersoll Strikers is who you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's okay, I had to do a little digging myself because I couldn't remember off the top, but you know what you're doing is an amazing, amazing thing for our community. I went to see what the suggestion was the motion for, because if it wasn't where I wanted it to be, I was going to be adding a few amendments to it. How's that sound? I think that this is absolutely amazing. You will, as I just echo what Mayor Bryan has said, it's going to bring so much to our community. I want to know how we get involved. How do we get involved? How else can we support you? Not just financially, but how else can not only us here that's here, but how do citizens get involved, and how can they come out and support you?
Okay. So we are basically part of Ingersoll Minor Baseball, but we're an affiliate now because we figure this will be
It's not a job that we're going to vote on every 2 years.
It's me and Amanda are basically, this is us until we can't do it anymore.
Okay.
But we have a Facebook page, we have an Instagram page, we're going to have to send out weekly emails to Jay's Care.
Perfect.
And also to our assistant coaches, so anybody who wants to be part of that email chain can absolutely join that.
Yeah.
We have a volunteer form to fill out on ingersollminorbaseball.com. And then you get a free hat and a free shirt from the Blue Jays, so.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Not so worried about the free stuff, but what I think more than anything is it'd be a great opportunity for those of us who maybe play baseball, which I obviously do, want to be out there to try to help out, and but it's a good way for it to teach our own kids how to be buddies as well.
Yep.
And there are a lot of kids who play baseball in this community, and I'm sure you won't have a problem in convincing those within IBMA to join you as well. But there are a lot of people in this community that would love to give back. There are a lot of seniors as well that, they're still playing. We have 2 senior baseball teams that are playing in a league, but there are some that have some disabilities that eventually, I want to be a part of that with you. So I'm making that commitment for sure, and I will email both of you, and we'll get involved. But I will share it out then on Facebook. Then that's how you'd like people to primarily get in touch with you.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank
So,
you. Thank you for being here, guys.
Phone number if you have it.
Well, I don't like to give that out either, Amanda, but yeah, thank you.
Also to that, Christy, it's not been really out there. It's basically our inner circle that have got us this far, including our sponsors.
Yeah.
And I just needed basically a few weeks off from work because of how busy I am with IMBA, because our board is really small. I just came from the Diamond, if you can't tell. We had an emergency at one of the Diamonds. I'm full of chalk. So basically, we need buddies, we need coaches, we need a volunteer, a board of volunteers, we need.
And all the training is free. As soon as you sign up to volunteer.
We
in
will
any
get you your
way,
training.
Yeah, you got access to all kinds of online training, how to best support a child with a disability of any kind. They lay different types of disabilities out and how you can adjust each drill to that specific child. So.
And also, just at like a citizen level, like if you can't get involved, support. Come out, watch a game. Yeah. Use word of mouth. Or if you see someone with a disability, open the door. Be kind. That's what this whole league's about, right? So it's a movement, right? It's not necessarily just baseball. It's just, like for Hudson's sake, be kind to anybody who needs it, right? And Ingersoll Minor Baseball, even though we are limited with facilities because we are a small town, this year we have a few children with exceptionalities playing in our main league. We do have a volunteer with a service dog. We do have a few other volunteers that have maybe non-visible barriers. So we pride ourselves on being inclusive in an inclusive town, right? And we want to keep that going. Is there any other questions?
Ooh, we gone full circle.
Yeah.
It was just a proud moment for
Can I
me.
say something?
Okay.
So the day after Hudson died, we were at home. I was in the shower and John was sitting in our room, and of course we've just been crying for days. And my mom comes into the room, she's watching the kids for us to just have a minute. And she says, "There's a counselor at the door." And I was like, "We didn't order counseling, like, do we get grief counseling?" and she's like, "I don't know what kind of counseling she's offering."
No.
But it was Khadija at the front door, just, letting us know she's running for council. And we had, of course, all these great ideas of how we could honor Hudson the day after he died or 2 days later.
Oh, she was already a counselor.
Yeah, so she was on her, world tour visiting
No,
all the...
I came specifically for you because I heard you're my neighbor.
Khadija came twice when she was
Yeah.
running, and then after she found out Hudson
Yeah.
died.
So we're like, we didn't order counseling?
So
Yeah.
We've
Khadija,
been talking about this with Khadija for
Yeah.
like
yeah,
3 years.
Khadija's been a big supporter of us when she was running for council, when Hudson was here, and after Hudson passed. So Khadija's been a very big fan and supporter of us for the last 3.5 years.
And
Thank
she's the one
you.
who gave us the forms to get us on the accessibility board.
And that was what I was trying to come to. For the benefit of the public, I just wanted to let people know how easily a small contribution to your community can turn into something great. This could easily one day be a competition that brings people to Ingersoll because you started something and because you chose to volunteer. And even the accessibility committee had accessibility issues. Remember, Danielle? It wasn't meant for people like you because you didn't have a disability, and we had to make that amendment. So this has come full circle. I'm really proud and I'm very, very happy, and I think this is going to go a very long way. So thank you for coming and presenting that.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, just one.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, promote how people would find sponsorship opportunities.
Yep.
Is there a form to fill out? Where would we find it?
So basically, right now, one of the benefits about Ingersoll Minor Baseball affiliation with this is that you can sponsor Iron Buddies through the Ingersoll Minor Baseball forums. So there's like a house league sponsorship, which is like your basic sponsorship. There's other options, like we have Van Walk Photography, who specializes in sensitivity photos, right? So you can go through she's a fundraiser coordinator?
Yeah, I think it's fundraising at ingersollminorbaseball.ca.
Yeah, so you can reach out. Her name is Erin. She's in charge of fundraising. You would just say you're interested in sponsoring the Iron Buddy program, and then she will give you everything you need and get you in touch with us.
And of course, there's different tiers. Don't feel obligated to donate a certain amount, even, $10 to cover an ice cream for each of the kids after the session, right?
Yeah, and just support it. If you know anyone that would be interested, word of mouth. If you know any volunteers 13 and up, word of mouth, and then send them our way. We are more than happy to train anyone who is willing to take a few hours out of every Saturday.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. I really think it's a great idea. I think it would be really neat to see how these children can play, and how interesting it would be to, as someone who doesn't maybe have challenges, to be able to see how they can have fun too. I just want to know if you can repeat the name of where we can send the fundraising for. What was the address?
So it's fundraising
Yes.
at ingersollminorbaseball.ca.
Yeah, she's our fundraising coordinator for Ingersoll Minor Baseball, so she's also handling this as we grow.
And if you lose that, you just go to our website and click on executives and staff and click on fundraising.
Yeah.
Her email will come right up.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, and great presentation.
no problem.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the delegation from Amanda and Jonathan Ryan regarding Ingersoll Iron Buddies Challenger Baseball as information, and that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll approve the Ingersoll Iron Buddies Challenger Baseball's request for complimentary use of the South Diamond at Victoria Park for the event on Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. from August 22nd to October 24th, with no sessions on August 29th or September 19th during the inaugural season. And further, that the league organizers be directed to request any additional financial relief through the town's annual community development grant application program.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Excellent. So now I'll call upon our next delegation, and I apologize, I am not going to get the last name correct. Barbara Skorupski? Perfect. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Barbara Skorupski. I live at 39 Witty Ave in Ingersoll. My neighbors next door at 41 Witty have submitted an application to build a fence around the perimeter of their front yard. I have spoken with several neighbors. This is what the house looked like on the day that they purchased it from the real estate listing. As you can see, there's no fence around the perimeter, and there is no fence in the front yard aside from a little bit of a landscaping fence. This is a view of the street taken directly from Google Maps. No one on the street has any type of fencing going through their front yards, except for a little bit of decorative fencing in between flower beds. That doesn't extend more than maybe 4 or 5 feet from the house. So on the evening of June the 1st, my next door neighbor came over to me. She wanted to discuss the proposed fence that they were going to build. She simply elaborated that they would be continuing on from the fence that I originally had replaced when I bought the house. So in this photograph here, the original fence here is the one that I built. They have already started building the fence. It is approximately 8 to 8.5 feet tall, and they're planning on extending this fence directly to the road. This is a picture taken a couple days ago. So this is where the fence ends right now. They want to extend it all the way to the road to separate our 2 driveways. The first reasoning they gave me when I asked them why they want to build this fence is they want to separate the property lines and make it obvious as to where their property is and where my property is. As you can see in this photograph, my driveway is concrete, their driveway is asphalt. I don't think that there's any confusion as to where my property is and where their property is. The second reason they gave me was their vehicle needs privacy to be parked on their driveway. I'm not quite sure as to why a vehicle would need privacy to be parked on a driveway. Everyone else parks on their driveways, everyone else parks on the roads. There's absolutely no logic behind that statement whatsoever. And the third reason that they gave me is they need to create a safe space for their child to play in front of their house. Currently, since this photo was taken, they have installed a gate right here. Their entire side yard is concrete, half of their backyard is concrete, and half of their backyard is grass. There's plenty of areas for their child to play and the child to be safe if they leave the child outside unattended. There's absolutely no need or logic for them to fence in the front perimeter for their child to play in the front yard. They have direct access from a side door into their side yard and from a patio door into their backyard. So their reasoning that their front door is their primary point of access isn't very logical or accurate either. The morning of June the 2nd, when the contractors showed up, I had asked my neighbors whether or not they had contacted the building office or bylaw to ask whether or not the fence that they are proposing to build is legal or even permitted by bylaw. They both told me that they own the house, they own the property, they can proceed as they want. And if means they have to go to jail for a little bit to get their fence, they're okay with going to jail for a little bit. I asked them again if they contacted town hall, if they spoke with anybody. They just kept reiterating their statements. On the morning of June the 2nd, I did call Sherry in the building office to ask that question, and she explained to me that they can't build a fence in front of their house without going through proper channels and submitting an application. They have since that point submitted the application, which is going before council for review, which is why I'm here today. Basically speaking on behalf of myself and on behalf of a few of my neighbors that have signed a petition disputing the fence and basically stating it doesn't belong in the neighborhood. There's absolutely no benefit to the fence. There's many contradictions and cons to the fence, but no benefits whatsoever. Back to the morning of June the 2nd, when the contractors arrived, the homeowners of 41 Witty Ave repeatedly told them to do as they're told, proceed as they've been hired to do, and not to listen to me, and not to listen to bylaw, and not to listen to anyone else, just do as they're being hired to do. I did also want to stress that the contractors that were hired, everyone that has been hired is from either St. Catharines area, St. Thomas area, Chatham area, or Strathroy. No one is familiar with Ingersoll bylaws or Oxford County bylaws, and the reason that they had hired people from so far away is because everyone local that quoted came, looked at the project, found out what they wanted to do, and walked away. The people that they found were on Marketplace. I don't know whether or not any of these people are licensed, whether or not they're legitimate contractors, or just simply people that they found online to do the work. But they have zero regard for any type of bylaw or regulation, and that's exactly the type of people they wanted doing the work. So as I said, there are absolutely no pros to the proposed fence around the front yard. Everyone that I did speak with on Witty Ave signed the petition and stated that they are in agreement that the fence does not belong. With the fence changes that they've made so far, the property is starting to look like a compound. I guess that's the best word I can find to describe it. The fence, as I mentioned on the side yard before, is over 8 feet tall. So when I look out my window, all I see is fence. There is no useful benefit or purpose to this fence. There's all the reasons they gave for building it, none of them have any logic or rationale or reason behind it. Having a fence, a home like this in the neighborhood would decrease the value and the appeal of the neighborhood to begin with. I personally would not want to live next door to a house that looks like a compound, and I can see them creating alienation amongst themselves and amongst everyone else in the area. Furthermore, this would cause a lot of disruption to snow removal, garbage pickup. You can't see anything from what's going on the street, and it would create a safety concern for everyone else that's walking their dogs, walking their children, young children on bicycles. There is the Atlantic packaging plant that's on the corner of Glen Ave and Witty. A lot of the people that work there on their lunch hours do a lap around the neighborhood. I'm aware of it because I work remotely and I see them on my lunch break quite frequently, but people that don't know what the typical traffic flow is of the neighborhood, and you're driving down the street, if you're being blocked by a fence, it could lead to very, very potentially catastrophic injuries. And overall, as well, they have been using their front yard as a storage facility, so allowing them to build a fence would just increase the amount of storage in their front yard and create an even bigger eyesore than is already there. So thank you for the opportunity to let me speak and voice my concerns. I do have the petition with me that the neighbors did sign, so I'm not sure where I should be leaving that or who I should be presenting. Okay.
The clerk can take that for you.
Okay. So as mentioned, everyone I spoke with did sign it, except for a few people who said that they would be contacting Town Hall on their own to voice their concerns. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions of the delegation? Councillor Hallerow, please.
Thank you. As of today, is the fence complete?
The fence in the side yard is complete. Every time the contractors show up to try and build it on the side yard, like on the driveway, I stop them.
So they haven't been able to go as far as the road
They
completely?
haven't been able to go as far as they'd like. I'm probably been nicknamed Karen by now, but every time that the contractors show up, try to dig, try and move the fence along. They've tried to dig up the front yard to put in a fence in between. It's a semi-detached house, so they also want to put in a fence along the perimeter of the property line to the road of the semi-detached, so to break the front yard in half. But since that personally does not affect me as much, I opted not to speak on that. But I did stop the excavation for that as well.
Follow-up question. I'd like to ask, I don't know who's in charge. Is it the building department or planning? Is there anything about having driveways side by side without having that little lawn in between where most properties tend to have that little separation? I don't know who should.
So there is a report on the actual fence variance. So we'll probably save questions for staff
So
for that
till
time.
later, yes.
Just any questions
Okay.
for the delegation?
No question, no.
Any other questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll received a delegation from Barbara Skorupski regarding the 41 Witty Ave fence variance request as information.
Is there much discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, that brings us to our final delegation, which is Terry Harrison, please. Welcome.
Yes, Mayor Petrie, town councilors, presentationers, and guests. My name's Terry Harrison, and I live on Hamilton Road to the west of the Pie Farm proposed subdivision, and also own a farm property adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Let me begin by saying I'm not protesting the proposed subdivision and say it shouldn't happen. I am stressing the need that the developer must comply with the town's secondary plan from January 2024. The purpose of my presentation is to convey my concerns regarding the many ways that the secondary plan has been ignored by the developer. There are also other factors that need to be addressed and considered. I have presented each one of the councillors and the mayor and the planning department with my letter a week ago, so you have a copy of it. I hope that you've had a chance to read it. The new plan submitted by this is for the South Ingersoll planned subdivision. Files SB 24-03-6, OP 24-08-6, and ZN 6-24-03. The new plan submitted by the developer offers no usable information on which to base a decision. The request to give them an open-ended approval to build anywhere from 345 to 639 dwelling units It makes no sense. The Southwest Oxford Secondary Plan is not even being followed to anything close to what was provided by the plan. The revised submission by the developer is lacking specific details and therefore should be returned as non-compliant. A second entrance is needed at the south end of the existing by extending Wallace Line north into the subdivision at Street A. This will follow the sanitary line path. The Southwest Ingersoll Secondary Plan was produced for guidance as to what the land use was intended. This should be adhered to. You spent this money developing the Southwest Ingersoll Plan. Engineers, qualified engineers were, I know Dillon Engineering, produced a plan that should be followed. Isn't that what you paid them for? The parks are not large enough to provide the intent as indicated in the secondary plan. If you see page 25/30 of the secondary plan for details, it's impossible on 1 acre of land to put a baseball diamond, a basketball pad, a tennis court, and all of the things that are listed in there on 1 acre. It's not possible. Traffic flow, school buses, garbage pickup, mailboxes, snow removal, and parking are all items that need to be addressed now before any approval is given. Retain the density of 30 units per hectare, not 40 as requested. If you take the size of the land that's there and you'd go at low density, you'd end up being somewhere around 300 houses, 300 residents. If you go to medium density, you'd have something like 430. And yet they're asking you to give them carte blanche open approval to give up to 639. This is just blatant overcrowding. Developer to keep the number of dwelling units to maximum 350 as per the secondary plan. Housing along the railway line that they've shown, if you see the secondary plan for the limits and distances, page 12, 3.2, 3.3, the housing is bordering along the rail line. This is just not acceptable. The secondary plan, Appendix B, requires studies to support the development application. Where are these? That's on page 61. Phasing plan, Appendix C, page 64, states that this is supposed to be a 5-year plan. We're already 2 years into it, and we don't have a draft plan approval yet. Seems to me that perhaps the developer does not appear to want to follow the guidelines in the Southwest Ingersoll Secondary Plan, and perhaps this developer is not the right fit for this project and should consider letting another local developer or group take the project who will work within the guidelines provided. Would you have any questions, Mayor?
Thank you very much. Questions for the delegation?
Pardon?
I'm just asking council if they have any questions. Not seeing any. I do know that we did receive your letter as well, so.
Okay. Yeah. One final, I've submitted some questions before to the planning department and to the town as well. And really to date, I've received no answers. And I'm wondering, I don't expect them from the town, but from the planning department, I would expect to get some answers. I did get one answer when they were talking about decreasing the side lots, the front lots, the rear lots. Basically, all the items amounted to one question, was they want to make a smaller footprint for the same house. And the answer was, yes, that's what they're asking for. Okay, so where are you going to put the parking, the cars? And the answer I got back from that was, that's up to the developer to sort it out because there's got to be 2 parking spaces for every house. That's the answer I got.
So I think further to that, the planner's report, which is why we do the public meeting ahead of time, is when it's written, is to address those items in the planning report, through the planning report. It doesn't mean you have to agree with those answers, but from a planner's perspective, they are considered, all the feedback is considered and incorporated within the planner's report, which we will consider later on.
Is the secondary plan that was by Ingersoll for the Southwest Ingersoll, is that not something that is a guideline you people paid money for and said, this is our plan?
So to address that, yes, that's a secondary planning process. What they're asking for is an amendment to that process. So if they met all the conditions, they would not be here for an official plan amendment because they would meet all the requirements for it. But as in many things, like that's why it has to be going through a higher level of scrutiny and then planning proposal, is because it doesn't meet the necessity of those plans, and so it has to be looked at to see how it does conform to those plans and how they're the intent of those plans. So that's where that comes into. Many a times, you cannot anticipate all the things that will be put forward, and certainly it is a process that's open to people to put an application in. It certainly doesn't mean that approval, but it certainly be available to people to be able to put that, whether it's a zone change, a minor variance, or a official plan amendment.
I understand, Mayor, what you're saying, and I respect that answer. It's that, to have the latest application put in, that really, if you look at the plan, it shows just an outline. And they want an open approval to go from 350 to 639. How can you approve something like this?
So what I'll do is provide an explanation, and maybe the planner can help me out here if I not correct. We've talked about the official plan process that we have today. There's like a reverse pyramid of the application process. They're asking for official plan, which is the official plan policies, and they're asking for zoning amendments. But that is not the final approval stage. Those are the bones of what they're asking for. They're not asking for industrial use, they're asking for residential use. And as it gets down, they'll still have to have a subdivision agreement approval. And that was part of our site plan approval as well that goes through that, which will get into the type of things that you're talking about, snow removal and stuff. This is the broader strokes, and that's, I think, why it's being addressed by a range of uses. That final decision, there is a picture in the application that's a map, but that is not, there's blocks really, and how that is worked out in the final draft, we'll have to come back for a subdivision agreement and such that be worked out at a later date. This is the broader policies of what they would like to, you're asking what they could do with that land. And then usually they'll make finer strokes as they get that approval. If they get that approval, then they can see where they need to go to refine that. But certainly I'll put it through to our, actually I'll just stick on to the question for delegations, but certainly when we get to the planner's report, we can ask further questions of the planner for clarification on her report on the matter. So,
okay. May I just ask one last thing?
Absolutely.
Why does nobody seem to want to answer why we can't extend Wallace from the north or from the south into this subdivision as a second entrance exit? Why? It's right there. It's literally 150 feet. Why can that not, why is there just blank, no comment?
No, certainly that can be addressed when we, no problem asking that question to the planner this evening.
It would just relieve so much pressure on Hamilton Road, which there is going to be because there already is there now. And the number of kids, if you said there was 400 houses going in there, 400 residents, and took one kid per residence, you got 400 kids. And you put 40 kids on a school bus. You're just going to have gridlock in the morning and in the afternoon on Hamilton Road. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? I'm sorry? Absolutely, I will. Yeah.
Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the delegation from Terry Harrison regarding applications SB 24-03-6, OP 24-08-6, and ZN 6-24-03 for draft plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and zone changes information.
Thank you very much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Would council like to proceed right away, or is anybody break? Okay. Can we have a mover and a seconder, and we'll just take a quick 10-minute break. Councillor Hudson and Deputy Mayor Wilson. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? We'll reconvene at 7:53. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, call the meeting back to order. And we will go on to staff reports. And our first is CP 2026-207. And I will turn that over to Heather Sinclair, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to continue on, Council heard the application for draft plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and zone change on September 8th of last year to facilitate a residential plan of subdivision on the subject lands, which are shown on plate 1 of the staff report, and are located along the western boundary of the town on the south side of Hamilton Road, west of Oakwood Street. Thank you. The application for draft plan of subdivision has been slightly amended since that time, and the application now proposes the creation of 38 blocks for future residential development consisting of single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and street fronting townhouses. The plan now also shows 2 blocks for parkland rather than 1 block for stormwater management as well as the associated servicing corridors, 2 blocks for the retention of the existing woodlands, which is shown as block 50 and 51, 1 block for an environmental wetland buffer, which is block 46 on the southwest side of the property, as well as blocks to act as buffers from Hamilton Road to the north and to the adjacent rail line to the south. The plan also shows a new street network consisting of 13 streets with 1 future access stub to the west and 1 block for emergency access to Hamilton Road, which would be the width of a typical road allowance. That's block 48 on the north side of the plan. An amendment to the official plan has also been requested to permit a change to the overall residential density configuration to allow for the full range of low to medium density housing options throughout the subject lands. Whereas the current residential density arrangement identifies the land in the northern portion of the property as medium density development and the residential land in the south portion as low density residential. So instead, both low and medium density housing types would be permitted throughout the entirety of the residential portion of the property. This would facilitate a density range from 31 units per hectare to 62 units per hectare over the entirety of the residential portion of the site, with the intent being to provide the developer with flexibility to establish those low to medium density housing forms throughout the entire site. And this would result in the total number of units between 345 to 639 for the entirety of the site, with each phase being reviewed in detail to ensure that it's consistent with the density targets prior to any registration taking place. An additional special official plan policy has been requested to permit a Class 4 noise area along the southerly portion of the lands to implement a recommendation from the environmental noise study, which has been peer-reviewed by the county and town's acoustic engineer. And an application for zone change has been requested to facilitate the proposal. The lands are currently zoned as General Agricultural Zone A2 in the Township of Southwest Oxford zoning bylaw. And so an amendment to the zoning would be required to bring the lands under the jurisdiction of the town zoning and to facilitate future residential development. It's proposed that the north portion of Block 38 would be rezoned to a special R2 zone to permit the development of single detached dwellings with a number of site-specific amendments, including a reduction to the minimum lot area requirement from 345 square meters to 270 square meters, a reduction to the frontage requirement from 11.5 meters to 10, a reduction to the lot depth requirement from 30 meters to 19, a reduction from the front yard depth requirement from 6 meters to 4.5 meters to the house, while 6 meters would be maintained to a garage, a reduction from the rear yard depth from 7.5 meters to 6 meters, a reduction from the interior side yard width from 0.6 meters on one side, and a reduction to the interior side width to permit a 0.6 meter on one side and a 1.2 meter on the other, provided that there would be a total combined setback between dwellings of 1.8 meters, whereas 1.2 meters is typically required to the lot line. An increase to the maximum lot coverage allowance from 40% lot area to 46% lot area, or to 50% inclusive of detached residential accessory structures, an increase to the maximum driveway width from 50% of the width of the front yard to 56%. An R3 special zoning would be required to facilitate the development of single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and street fronting townhouses for the remainder of the lands, with a number of similar site-specific provisions that are detailed on page 11 and 12 of the staff report. And these special provisions do vary depending on the dwelling type proposed, either single, semi, or townhouse. And they also include a request for a reduction from the required distance between a driveway and an intersection, and a reduction from the site triangle distance for corner lots. Further, an open space zoning would also be required to recognize the proposed and existing environmental features on the site. So planning staff, we have reviewed the proposal and we're generally satisfied that it is appropriate from a planning perspective. With respect to the PPS, the proposal will facilitate the increase of housing for the town and would aid in providing homes that respond to the changing market needs and the local demand, and will support Ingersoll's growing population. Further, staff are of the opinion that the proposal represents appropriate urban intensification to promote increased density to efficiently use land, resources, infrastructure, and public service facilities, which is consistent with the PPS direction. With respect to the official plan, the easterly portion of the subject property is designated as environmental protection due to an existing ecologically important woodlot, while Block 46 on the south side contains a buffer land from an adjacent wetland, and both of these areas are regulated by the UTRCA. The applicants have provided the necessary environmental impact assessment to review these features, and this EIS was peer-reviewed by the county's consulting ecologist. The EIS confirmed that the proposed development area will be located entirely entirely within the footprint of the existing agricultural field, fully outside of the environmental areas, and will include a 10-meter buffer from the existing tree drip lines and a 30-meter buffer from the wetlands to avoid the removal of any vegetation to the greatest extent possible. And any trees that would need to be removed as part of the proposal would be subject to the town's tree removal policies. The EIS also provided conditions for draft plan approval to avoid any impacts on the environmental features, including the erection of fencing along all yards that abut environmental features to avoid any future land use encroachments, as well as an erosion and sediment control plan. The revised draft plan located above the northern portion of Block 38 does propose the establishment of an additional 15-meter buffer that would act as an environmental linkage to the lands to the north, which contain the Thames River corridor, to increase the existing environmental connection between these woodlands and this environmental corridor. The establishment of this increased linkage results in a reduction to the rear yards for the northern portion of Block 38, which accounts for the zoning request to reduce those rear yards to 19 meters. However, staff are satisfied that this reduction is an appropriate trade-off to comply with the environmental policies of the official plan. A portion of the subject lands are designated as limestone resource area. Planning staff are of the opinion that given this resource is located within the settlement boundary, the extraction of limestone would be considered somewhat impractical at this location, and the probability of extraction is limited. The official plan amendment proposes to amend the existing medium and low density policies as they apply to the subject lands to permit the range of density types as noted. In an effort to establish flexibility for future development, the applicants are proposing the creation of residential blocks instead of specific lots. And while the exact type and number of residential units is unknown at this time, it would be confirmed by the applicants at the time of a detailed design stage for each of the phases of the future plan of subdivision to ensure that the development is in accordance with the proposed density targets between 30 and 62 units per hectare, which is consistent with the direction of the Southwest Ingersoll secondary plan, which provides that lands within the secondary plan area are to have a minimum overall density of 30 units per hectare and are intended to allow for mix and increase of the number of units to support a broader range of housing choices within the town. Further, these policies encourage the development of compact lots on narrower road widths to facilitate denser urban development, So as such, staff are satisfied that the proposal conforms with the general intent of the official plan and the existing special policies that apply. The applicants undertook a transportation impact study. The updated study forecast 332 peak morning trips and 385 evening peak hour trips in and out of the site based on the maximum density build-out scenario through to 2040. Remedial measures recommended for the full build-out scenario included a traffic signal at the intersection of Ingersoll Street and King Street West for the 2030 planning horizon, which is consistent with the county's transportation master plan. They also recommended a westbound left turn lane at the future intersection of Hamilton Road and what's shown as Street A. The TIS and the associated peer review concluded that the proposed road layout is acceptable and made a number of additional recommendations with respect to future road design, including a 9 by 9 meter daylight triangle at the intersection of Hamilton Road and Street A, as well as 3 by 3 meter daylight triangles for all internal intersections. The study recommended that any development along Street A should be required to be set back 22.5 meters from the intersection of Hamilton Road, which satisfies the minimum TAC requirements of 20 meters, as well as the minimum zoning bylaw requirements of 7.5 meters. And further, the study noted that any townhouses in this area would be required to establish twin driveways in proximity to the Hamilton Road intersection. Traffic calming measures, including traffic circles to slow down vehicle speed at the intersection of Street A throughout the site, have been included, and these considerations have been included as conditions of draft plan approval. We did receive concerns from the public with respect to the proposed single access on Hamilton Road. The town and county engaged a traffic engineering consultant to peer review this design, and the peer reviewer and the County Public Works Department, which is the road authority for Hamilton Road, were supportive of the proposed single access with the associated emergency access, which is located to the west and shown as a full 20-meter right-of-way width. So they were supportive of this arrangement and noted that with the secondary emergency access, the proposed layout does generally follow the layout provided by Dillon in the conceptual secondary plan. It is also noted that this access could possibly be utilized on a more permanent basis as the subdivision nears a full build-out scenario or as necessary to the satisfaction of town staff. So generally, staff are satisfied that the proposed access arrangement can be considered acceptable from a traffic impact and a traffic safety perspective, and the recommendations established through the traffic study and the subsequent peer reviews will be implemented as conditions of draft approval. The lands, as noted, are located adjacent to an existing rail line and shunting yard to the south, which represents noise and vibration constraints for the proposed residential uses. The applicants have submitted a noise impact assessment and railway vibration study, which reviewed the potential of noise and vibration impacts, as well as potential noise impacts from Hamilton Road on the north side of the property. The railway vibration study measured the ground vibrations and concluded that these vibrations did not exceed the limits provided in the provincial guideline document, and therefore vibration mitigation measures were not required for the development. However, the stationary noise sources do exceed the maximum noise thresholds, and therefore the applicants are requesting that the lands be designated as a Class 4 noise area for the residential blocks shown in green on Plate 4 that are affected by the railway noise located on the south end of the site. A Class 4 noise designation is permitted as part of the Ministry of Environment's noise guidelines to allow residential development to be built closer to existing established noise sources than what might typically be permitted, subject to approval from the local development approval authority. The designation is intended to facilitate urban intensification while protecting the existing established noise sources and would be applied to the southerly portion of the site, as shown in green, while additional noise mitigation measures through the use of air conditioning units would be applied to the northerly portion of the site, shown in purple on Plate 4. The subdivision design does include a park block and a woodland block to serve as an intervening land use between the railway corridor and the proposed residential uses on the south. And those residential uses do meet the minimum 30-meter setback recommendation in the secondary plan. And a number of additional mitigation measures are also being recommended, including brick or masonry exterior wall construction, enhanced window products, the use of central air conditioning, warning clauses, and the construction of a 2.6 meter high noise barrier wall along the southern limit of the property. These recommendations have been included as recommended conditions of draft approval, and overall staff are satisfied that with these conditions, we can support the Class 4 designation, and the applicant has satisfied the human constraint policies of the official plan. With respect to proposed servicing, stormwater management control will be provided through the proposed stormwater management pond located on Block 41 on the northeast portion of the site, while runoff would be conveyed by storm sewers designed for a 2-year storm event with adequate 250-year overland flow routes to be provided to the satisfaction of town staff. Sanitary sewers would connect Wallace Line with the Hamilton Road sewer extension, while water services would be provided through a connection to the existing system on Hamilton Road and the water main on Wallace Line. The proposed grading plan has been developed to match the existing surrounding grades, and all service considerations would be subject to further design review on a per-phase basis prior to any final approvals. With respect to the zoning bylaw, as noted, a number of amendments have been requested to facilitate the proposal, including reductions to lot area, frontage, and increased requests for coverage. In this instance, the applicants have submitted the grading and drainage plans that take into account the proposed densities and the requested reductions to lot size and increases to coverage. Town engineering staff are satisfied that the proposed stormwater management plans appropriately take these considerations into account. The applicants have also requested reductions to the interior side yard widths and increases to the maximum driveway width allowance from 50% to 56% of the frontage. And this has also been factored into the overall servicing considerations for the site. So as such, staff are satisfied that these increases to lot coverage and the reductions to area will not negatively impact the overall grading and drainage plans for the site and can be supported. The applicants are also proposing reductions to the front and rear yard setbacks for future lots, requesting those front yard depths of 4.5 meters to the dwelling while maintaining 6 meters to a garage. The zoning bylaw does establish a 5.5 minimum depth for parking spaces, and staff are satisfied that the proposed 6-meter driveway areas in the front yards to the garages would be sufficient to accommodate the required 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit, and staff note that no reductions to parking have been sought at this time, and prior to any permits being issued, the applicants would have to demonstrate how they meet the minimum 2 parking spaces per unit requirements. An amendment has been requested to reduce the interior side yard width, which is intended to ensure that sufficient space is available to access the rear yard of private properties. Staff are satisfied that the implementation of the minimum 1.2 meter interior side yard on one side will allow for sufficient access to the rear yard for the proposed lots, and town engineering staff are satisfied that the requested setbacks would be sufficient to accommodate the appropriate drainage, which again would be reviewed in detail prior to each phase of registration. Additional amendments have been required for the exterior side yard width and the setback distances between driveways and an intersection, as well as reductions to setbacks for site triangle distances. These provisions are typically intended to ensure that private parking and development are sufficiently set back from the street to avoid any issues with respect to typical road maintenance, such as snow removal, and to ensure pedestrian and vehicle safety. In this instance, the town's engineering department has indicated that they have no concerns with these amendments, and as such, staff are satisfied that they can be supported. A number of public comments were received, which have been summarized in the staff report and attached for council's consideration. Staff note that concerns with respect to traffic have been addressed to the satisfaction of the town and the county and their consulting engineer. and that the establishment of the secondary emergency access onto Hamilton Road does address concerns with respect to access to the subject lands. We did hear tonight some concerns with respect to road access not being provided to Wallace Line. However, it's noted that this was not in the applicant's design proposal. It's likely due to the requirement for crossing the rail line. So staff have reviewed the proposal based on what has been submitted, and that is what has been reviewed by the consulting engineers. Town staff have confirmed that the proposed road designs would be sufficiently wide enough to accommodate for typical road considerations such as snow removal, school buses, garbage, private deliveries, and would be wide enough to also accommodate for sidewalks. Concerns were raised with respect to the density requests and the extent to which amendments to the zoning bylaw have been requested. We do note that the density target falls within the planned density range provided in the Southwest Ingersoll Secondary Plan, and the requested variances to the zoning provisions would appropriately implement these policies, these policies are intended, again, to facilitate more compact forms of residential development than what has historically been permitted within town. One comment was provided with respect to potential archaeological features in proximity to the subject lands, and this was verified through an archaeological assessment, which did result in a number of finds with cultural heritage value or interest, which have been documented and removed from the site in accordance with the Ministry of Culture's requirements. And as a result, there are no further archaeological assessments considered warranted for the site. So overall, planning staff are of the opinion that the applications have satisfied the policy criteria for residential development in the PPS and the official plan, including the special policies that apply to the subject property that was established through the secondary plan exercise, which it is noted is a conceptual exercise. Staff note that the entire development would occur as a phased development with a maximum of 150 units being registered at one time before additional units could be permitted. Prior to any registration of each of these phases, the applicant would be required to demonstrate how all conditions have been met for each phase, including how the proposed housing forms would comply with the density targets for the entire site, to ensure that the intended range and mix of housing is consistent with the official plan policies for density. This would also provide town and county staff with additional opportunity to review servicing considerations with each phase and additional planning approvals through either a severance or a future application for part lot control exemption would be required prior to the future subdivision of each block to ensure that all servicing considerations and densities are being met. So based on this, staff are satisfied that the proposed development is appropriate, and we are recommending that council advise Oxford County Council that you support the application for draft plan of subdivision and official plan amendment, and that town council approve the requested zone changes in principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask for questions from council. I will ask that we refrain from comments until there is a motion on the floor, but certainly questions for clarification are certainly warranted. Councillor Hughes, please.
I have a bunch of questions, so cut me off if somebody else has questions. I'll start with, I just want to confirm a couple of items or a couple of points that you made. So the secondary plan, the Southwest Secondary Plan, basically, or not basically, it says there's a minimum of 30 houses per hectare. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, the Southwest Ingersoll Secondaries Plan is a conceptual planning document that guided Official Plan Amendment 314, which designated this property into two different residential designations. So the north half is a medium density designation, which requires a density target of 30 to 62 units per hectare. The south half of the property, or just over half, is a low density designation, which requires, which the secondary plan established a minimum density range between 22 and 30 units per hectare. But policy guidance of the secondary plan did state that all residential land that was included in the secondary plan has to meet a minimum residential net density of 30 units per hectare. So there's a number of different calculations at play here, but the secondary plan policies did direct that all residential lands within the secondary plan area should be targeted at a minimum of 30 units per hectare. So, and that's a net residential density, so it factors out roads and environmental lands.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The other point of clarification for sidewalks, you said that the streets are wide enough to include a sidewalk on each side or just one side?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding it would be one side.
One side. Would it include a boulevard or butt right up, or do you know?
The detailed design of the road allowance is something that would be addressed at final approval stages.
Right.
But I believe that the town engineering department does generally require some extent of boulevarding.
Okay, thank you. The transportation study that was done, if I remember, was that done when the initial proposal was for 345 units? Or was that redone with this new proposal of 639 units?
Through your worship, the TIS has been updated several times. The information provided in the staff report is reflective of this most recent iteration of the proposal, so it does take into account the maximum build-out scenario.
Okay. Anybody else want to jump in?
Thank you, through you, your worship. Sorry, I have to go back a page to find my question. Has there ever been a proposal of this magnitude that's been asked for that is like carte blanche between 300 and 600? Have you ever had a proposal come before you, Heather, in that respect?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not uncommon for developers to propose a blocked plan of subdivision whereby they don't have the specific number of units nailed down at this stage. It's not uncommon. This is a wide range of units that could be permitted, but the range of units does fall within the density targets that were contemplated by the Southwest Ingersoll Secondary Plan and OPA number 314. So while, yes, it is a wide range of potential units, that range in units is a consideration that would meet the policy criteria either on the low end or the high end.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Hudson, please.
I just had a question with regards to the single access, and you did discuss it with the emergency access as being possibly permitted like in future. Is there any way that that can just be made permanent? Or like, do they actually have to apply for that themselves in order for you to even bring that up? Or can we ask that of them so that we have two access points from the get-go?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Hudson. So the phasing of the development would only allow for 150 units at a time maximum, if that's even what they were to bring forward. I think that it's appropriate. So at this point, the proposal does not require, according to the traffic engineers, that second access. And I think that we're certainly comfortable with the phasing component being reviewed prior to each registration to determine how that access is functioning, essentially. And it would fall to town staff to determine whether or not they believe that that second entrance is warranted based on those phasing. At this point, I think that that emergency access would remain as an emergency access only until such time as staff felt that it was necessary. Perhaps maybe defer to the engineering department to provide any additional information on that access.
Yeah, thanks, Heather. You did nail that pretty good. That we have the emergency access there for, during the first phase of construction, there's going to be a lot of heavy vehicles using a single access. So another access would be available for construction access while houses are become occupied and those things. As Heather said, the traffic study and the peer review didn't support 2 entrances. So the request to demand 2 entrances, we don't have the justification to do that. That said, looking at the development, it does appear dense. That will it be required in the future? Possibly. So that's why we made the request to have that emergency access, the full 20-meter road width. So that width is available without further amendments to such draft plans in the future, that we have the road allowance. The entrance would already be there, and then we could make that determination at a future stage as well.
Any follow-up to that, Councillor Hudson? Or? Okay. I just a follow-up on that. I have a follow-up on that. Okay. Yep. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
Yeah. Thank you. So a follow-up on that is it our decision, or do we have to apply to the county? I'm just trying to understand. I'm hearing it's a town decision, but at the same time, it sounds like we have to go to the county because it is a county road. I totally get that. Yes, let me leave it that way.
Yes, through you, Mayor. That's correct. It is a county road. They're the road authority to allow such entrance onto their roadway. At this point, with the traffic study, it does mention the signalization at Ingersoll Street. So a second entrance to this development that close to Street A would follow the county's entrance guidelines, and whether the future signalization of Street A would come into play together with the signalization of Ingersoll Street. So all those things would come into play at a future application to the county for that second entrance at that location, whether it's appropriate or not, and when that would be appropriate or not. But yes, you're right, that would be together with the county.
Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens. You were reading my mind there. Heather, I don't know whether you can answer this or whether someone can. It's going to be a question in general about entrance and exits. It was asked this evening about the possibility of an entrance on the south end to Wallace Line. You alluded to it in your report, saying that it hadn't been requested or looked at in the submission. If it were to be asked for, and it was put into this submission, would it be possible? And if so, what sort of hurdles would we have to overcome to make that happen? Or is it even possible?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's certainly been discussed with the developer whether or not that would be an option, but it's never been a proposal that they have brought forward. My understanding is that given the rail line crossing and the safety and the hazards associated with that for residential development, it's not in their development plans, and rather they're just looking to establish the access onto Hamilton Road. So whether or not it could be, I don't see why it couldn't be, but I think it does come with many more hurdles than are easily achieved. You need to have approval from the rail authority as well. And I don't think that that's something that is available at this time.
Matt, please.
And through you, Mayor, to add to Heather's comments, some of the hurdles that we looked at when considering that additional access to Wallace Line would be shortcutting from Hamilton Road and following the road hierarchy, typically arterial roads to collector roads to local roads. And where we have those arterial connections right now between Hamilton Road and Ingersoll Street, the risk of shortcutting through residential areas to avoid those arterial roads and traffic lights was another hurdle of consideration that was looked at, whether, again, as Heather said, it's not in their proposal, and that's not one that staff pressed on for those reasons as well, following the road hierarchy.
Mr. Graves.
If I could, through your worship, yes, what Matt's saying there is, of course, we could end up increasing traffic flows because cars going to start cutting up through there, and so that could exacerbate the amount of traffic coming through the subdivision and coming out on the Hamilton Road. The safety at that railway crossing is paramount, and there are a lot more hurdles, of course, so it is not easy to access that way. And again, that could create, if people were shortcutting through there, that could create more safety concerns as well, crossing that track.
You, Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. Okay, pick back up. You had mentioned about stormwater management in regards to, did you say a 2-year storm consideration, or was it a greater length of time?
The overall stormwater design would be to a 250-year storm event.
250 year,
Yes.
okay, perfect, thank you. I thought 2 years doesn't make sense. Okay, no problem. So you had mentioned also too a little earlier about blocks versus lots, and then you also mentioned phases, that which each phase would be 150 unit. What is the advantage of going to phases compared to blocks or lots?
So that's sort of a two separate questions.
Oh, okay.
The requirement for phasing is essentially, we have a tool through Oxford County Public Works' allocation policy, which does only permit 150 units per phase. So that puts a hard stop at the registration of 150 units and allows staff to re-review all of the servicing considerations to make sure everything's still functioning well. So that's the purpose of the phasing. And we do have conditions in the draft plan that capture those phasing requirements. The benefit of the blocked proposal over the lots gives the developer flexibility to change lot sizes based on market needs. This is a development that I do anticipate will take several years to see a full build-out scenario. And so it is expected that market demands will change throughout the time of this development process. And so this blocked approach will allow the developer to create blocks, which would go through a future planning approval, either a severance application process or what's called an exemption to part lot control, to show the town and the county how they're going to establish these individual lots within each block. So essentially the block itself gets registered, and then they come back for a future planning approval to show the size of the blocks and how it complies with all the zoning. So the idea is to give them flexibility to make those changes without having to go through the full subdivision process again in the future.
I just have two more. The first one is on Hamilton Road right now that we are doing full reconstruction, well, the county is doing a full reconstruction out there. Does it go out to the, I believe it goes out to this section. Are there making any, or is the county making any allowances for right turn lanes or left turn lanes in the new road construction in anticipation of the added 350 approximately added vehicles?
To be honest, I'm not sure what the road design looks like. I can note that the TIS did provide a recommendation for a westbound left turn lane into the site. So that is something that should be included in the county's road design, I would anticipate. But from there, I don't know how the new road design will look. Matt might have a better understanding of that. I'm not.
Unfortunately, not at this moment, but I'm going to see what I can find here.
Yeah, thank you. And final question, you're going to hate this one. You did mention about the parking aspect in regards to they are within actually a little greater than what the actual required parking area is. With the advent of with the increase of housing costs, multi-generational families are moving into houses, which they usually have more than one or two cars. I didn't see any addition of visitor parking or extra parking. I know that would probably be handled in around the sightline program or sightline review. Is there any anticipation of a push for that extra parking so that it doesn't flow out onto King Street?
No, there's not. Visitor parking is not something that's required in our zoning bylaw for single, semi, or townhouse development. Those visitor parking is only required in the bylaw for multiple unit dwellings, over 10 units. So in this case, the bylaw requires 2 spaces per property for single, semi, and townhouse development, which the applicant would be required to demonstrate they can comply with. They haven't requested any amendments to those parking requirements. And the proposed 6-meter setback to garages would account for a parking space, and they have asked for a slight increase in width to the driveway allowance, which could potentially allow for 2 parking spaces side by side. But the zoning bylaw does also consider garage space as a parking space as well. So they just need to be able to show that they can meet 2 parking spaces per unit, and they haven't made any requests to amend that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I wanted to circle back to the question on whether if council were to include asking for that second entrance without planning justification. Perhaps to Mr. Graves or Heather, what is the likely outcome, without a crystal ball, of council asking for something without planning justification provided for that request? Like, are we likely to get it or likely maybe not? We have made the request, and we have a number of traffic engineers, so people who specialize in traffic review, who have indicated that it's not warranted. And so I think that if council were looking to do that, if that request were to be not accepted by the developer, council in the town would have to find somebody, a professional traffic engineer, who could support that request, and we have had a difficult time finding someone to do that. Thank you. And a follow-up kind of along the same lines. If the application were to be denied, what are some of the kinds of things that council could expect to come from that?
Mr. Graves?
Yeah, I think I'll take that one. This is a difficult one. I know for council, it's a lot of houses. We've seen some in the past that council has considered, and council has turned down some things. We recently had one with another developer in regards to parking requirements and stuff, and we went all the way to the OLT. And our planner was on side on that, on what we were recommending, and we lost very handily. And I want to start by saying the province has not hidden that they want more housing. They have taken great steps to ensure that they get more housing. They've created strong mayors, and they've changed planning drastically to actually take power away from you as a council in order to determine what housing can be there. Some of the steps they're talking about in the future is including things like minimum lot sizes of 175 square meters, and they're saying now they may not do that, but they've talked about it. Sorry, go ahead, Heather.
100 square
Sorry,
meters.
100, yes, all right, 100, yes. And also allowing developers to use land that we normally wouldn't approve for parkland that would be encumbered, like floodplain and so on, to be counted as a higher percentage of your parkland. They've revised regional municipalities, and they've done a number of steps like this to try to take over. They've even sort of put more developer-friendly tribunal members on the OLT. They've done this on purpose to try to create more housing. I want to say if we have to if we turn this down because your planner's recommending it, you're going to have to hire a planner that believes what you're saying, which is this should not be allowed. You have to hire a lawyer that will defend that. We have to go to the OLT, and I don't hold out a lot of hope that we're going to have a lot of success. And it's hard for me to recommend to do that. Now, that doesn't mean the council has to follow our advice, right? You can decide to go that route, but it is a very big uphill battle. And because of some of these things that the province is doing, this could get worse. You could end up with less parkland. If they get what they want on minimum lot sizes, by my rough calculation, and there's a reason Irina doesn't let me do calculations, so I could be wrong, but it could mean as many as over 900 units in this development instead of 600. So, it's, and all this is by design. This is what the province wants, and they're taking that power away. Now, I personally think we had a presentation earlier about the official plan. I was actually around when it was developed in 1995, if you can imagine. We did it on stone tablets, and it was great. But that official plan established what each community wanted, and every community was a little different. Ingersoll, Woodstock, Tillsonburg were all a little different on what they wanted. And that worked well, served us well, and I think that's the way it should be. The province right now is taking that away, and they're deciding what they determine should be available for housing. And I personally don't think that's the right way, but that is the way it's going. So that's my soapbox, and I'll get off of it. But I will say council is allowed to do what they want, but recognize this is a very big uphill battle. Your chances of success, Mr. Barrett, that did some work for us before, was a planner, and he'd say your horse race odds are long.
Thank you. Councillor Halleru, please.
I was going to wait till we read the motion, but I just want to say the provincial plan statement does give us.
Could we, is it a question?
No.
Then I would just ask that it is weighted. If there's no, we'll get through the questions, and then there'll be a lot to say, I'm sure.
Okay.
So, further questions of the report? Councillor Hudson, please.
It's not really from the report, but it's just kind of to Michael, because I just wanted people in the public to hear what you said again. So if we were to vote against this, it could happen that the tribunal could just say, you know what, no, you're going to do it, and now you could have 900 houses in there instead of the max of 6.
They probably would approve what is on paper right now, is what I think would be the risk. But depending on how long that takes and what the province approves, it could be more. And that may happen anyway, depending on what the province wants. But yes, there is a risk that it could be worse than what we have now.
Councillor Van Koen-Bosens.
So, might be either one of you, but I've been around long enough to know that, because there was a question about how long, we're into year 2 of what was 5 years, and I've seen things come back and be stalled for a couple more years and not be, finalized, and then it gets sold off or plans change, whatever the case might be. So, what you're talking about then really could come into play, because let's be honest, yes, we're at year 3 of a 5-year plan, and developers are great, but they're not superhumans, right? Sorry, the question would be, then it could 100% become fruition at that point. The extension could be given to a developer to go past that 5 years as well. Could it not? Or would we are we even able to turn down an extension at the end of year 5? I don't know who wants to answer. Sorry.
Draft
I knew
plan.
the question was there, sorry.
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So draft plan approval does have a lapsing date of 3 years after it's granted. after draft plans granted. There is an opportunity to extend it, but council doesn't have to choose to approve that extension. We generally like to ensure that the applicant is actively working towards completing their conditions of draft approval and working towards ensuring that the development's done. If council feels that the approval's stalled, they could choose not to approve that extension. But then I think we also find ourselves in the position that Mr. Graves has outlined.
Is there any further questions of clarifications of the report? Seeing none, I'll call on Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Halleru, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive Planning Report CP 2026-207 as information, and that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll advise Oxford County Council that the town supports the official plan amendment application file OP 24-08-6 as submitted by South Thames Developments, Inc., to establish a site-specific policy for the subject lands to permit the development of a range of residential dwelling types on the subject land with the density range between 22 units per hectare or 9 units per acre to 62 units per hectare or 25 units per acre, and to permit a Class 4 noise designation for the southerly portion of the subject lands, and that the Corporation of the Council of the Town of Ingersoll advise Oxford County Council that the town supports the draft plan subdivision, file SB 24-03-6, submitted by South Thames Developments, Inc., to facilitate the creation of 38 blocks for residential development, together with 13 blocks for servicing, buffering, and environmental features, and a new street network, subject to the conditions of draft approval included as Attachment A to Report CP 2026-207, and further that the Council of the Town of Ingersoll approve in principle the zone change application, file ZN6-24-03, as submitted by South Thames Developments, Inc., to rezone the subject lands from General Agricultural Zone A2 to Special Residential Type 2, Zone R2 SP, Special Residential Type 3, Zone R3 SP, and Open Space Zone to facilitate the proposed residential subdivision with a number of site-specific amendments to the residential zone provisions as outlined in Report CP 2026-207.
Thank you very much. Discussion. As the mover.
Sure, as the mover, through you, we've had discussion on and offline about this application, and I think most of us would agree that it is, in my opinion at least, far from perfect. I wish there was more parkland, I wish there was another entrance, all of these things, but they are not supported by the planning justification, and therefore we won't have much movement on getting those things done. So while this is not necessarily what I would love to see, there's not a great reason to turn it down, and we don't have a lot of control anymore. So this is the best we can do, and I know our planning staff will continue to work with the applicant to work towards the site plan and all of those things that we want to see from it. But finally, I'll also say something we haven't discussed yet is that density protects farmland. And if we don't want to be going back out and asking for more farmland, this is the trade-off, the density that we agreed to in the Southwest Secondary Plan. So it's different, as Heather mentioned, more compact density than what has historically been permitted. So it's new, and it's a little bit scary, and it's a little bit different. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, to approve it is the right thing to do, which is what I will be doing, even if it's not perfect. And you know, I hope, 20 or 30 years from now, those people really enjoy living here and are contributing, like some of the residents we saw today. It's just really hard to see that when we hear 600 new units. But like Michael said, our hands are tied on so many of these things. I wish that wasn't the way it was, but that it is what it is. And I think planning staff have made the changes that we can reasonably expect. And from here, we hope with a good partnership and good development. And I hope others around the table will support it, even if it's not popular or not what we would want to see, but I really do think we've done what we can with this one, even if it's not perfect.
I think Councilor Heller is a seconder.
Thank you. Yes, as a seconder, I totally agree with what the deputy mayor has said. I, for one, was very glad to see that, Heather, you considered all the concerns. I want to say the staff do a wonderful job when we receive community, concerns to really address those. And that's one of the things I like most about your reports, because you do take those into consideration and you do help us answer those questions. So when I went through the report, I felt everything I had, you knocked it off. Everything I had, you knocked it off. And to top it off, the builder is willing to work with those recommendations. Willing, I see in many parts, agreeing to work with those limitations or recommendations. So it's a provincial plan statement. They want density. And like you said, people come in here. We don't want them to do as they please. We want to be in control of where people live and plan and improve that. So I think this is just what we have. And I think to commend the builders to come here for 150 units that we need so badly, I think sometimes short term we feel like this is just a disruption. But again, long term, we need this housing so that the standard of living can come down for a lot of people. So I will be supporting this very, very strongly, even though it's not something that we really had control over. I think based on the fact that most of the requirements are still within limits, for me, made it feel very comfortable to read. So thank you for that. And yes, I'm supporting this very much.
Further discussion? Councilor Hughes?
Thank you. This was supposed to be originally my motion. I passed it on because it was a lot of reading. No, I was originally going to vote against this this plan, the whole scenario of the increased density, and in my opinion, parking issues. I'd hate to see a lot of that flowing out into other streets that are going to, it's going to cause disruption within the community. The fact that we are vehicle reliant here in Oxford County, in Ingersoll, we don't have a grocery store around every corner. We don't have public transit. Development timeline on this, as you said, it's not going to be all built tomorrow. It is going to take a number of years to get everything built, and who knows, by then we may have grown enough, we may have a transit system that people can utilize. My main concern is still the parking issue. As I mentioned earlier, with the pricing of houses, there are, younger people aren't moving away sooner. So that adds an extra 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles. And again, it turns into a parking issue when it comes to road snow clearing, road maintenance, and just general parking, general enjoyment of a neighborhood. We've seen it happen over on Oxford Village and the adjacent developments there as well, where vehicles, and summertime you have campers and all of that. It causes issues. But after discussion and having Heather, the planner, answer my questions, it does fall within the secondary plan density requirements, whether it's high or medium density or low density. The average is going to be a minimum of 30 houses per hectare. And it's a scenario that, to echo Councillor Halleru, we do need housing. We are getting housing every day that's being developed. We do have a number of existing plans that are approved here for Ingersoll that are not being developed. So we can't wait. The housing needs to happen. So that I have reconsidered my situation and my vote, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Van Kooten-Boston.
Thank you. I've been around I think the longest now, and I've seen so many different plans change. I have a huge issue with the secondary access, but I am going to support this because I think that we can convince county to change. I watched what happened on Walker Road, and we had to stop building there because we didn't have that secondary access. We finally got that built. We had to force the hand of the developer, and I really hope and pray that the developer's hearing this, because I think that we need to work with the developer. And we really, I think the more that he hears, he or she, the company hears what is the concerns and what is happening, I think that they'll understand why we're asking for some of the changes that we're asking. I've also watched that developer, I'm pretty sure, outside. I didn't know that you were the developer, I'll be honest. Are you the developer? Yes. I watched how you interacted out there with the people that are the mover and shakers right now in our community, doing some really great things there. And you want to become involved. And I think that the more that we build on that relationship with you, I think that you're going to hear us and know that we have had concerns in the past with developments, and there's reasons why parking is an issue. Second entrances are an issue. 600 units is an issue. It's a lot. You have to remember, these people have been here for the long time, and now all of a sudden their landscape is changing so huge that it's hard to comprehend. I've been here 40 years. It's hard for me to comprehend that. But is there time for change? Absolutely. Do we need the housing? Absolutely. I'm seeing seniors move out of this community because we don't have something smaller that they can downsize to. And that's a concern for me. Could this be the opening for them? Absolutely. To help keep them in our community, this could be the way to do that. They're moving out of their singular homes and being able to move into something that's smaller for them. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for taking it over and putting it forward. Again, we've all got certain issues that are out there, and it's not perfect. But after hearing our CAO say, you know what, this would be a huge uphill battle if we went to the OLT, you know what, we have to take, I've always said we have to take that into consideration. Do we need to waste taxpayer money by going and taking on a fight that we probably will lose? No. I'd rather put that money into building the relationship with the developer and saying, okay, here are concerns, please, 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 please. I think it's going to take longer than the 3 years you've got. When you come back in 3 years, if I'm here, then maybe that will be the time that we'll be looking at it and you go, oh, well, now we need to have that secondary. I'm hoping it's before that. I really want that secondary, and I'm going to try to push at county. I'm going to push who's ever in that mayor chair to 100% go after that, because we do need it. I don't want to see us without that secondary. We waited too long on Walker, and it needs to be done sooner. My last point will be this, Mr. Harrison, you know that I love you both very, very much, and I'm glad that you brought forward everything. Please understand that we're supporting something that we don't have a choice on anymore. The province has really tied our hands. Where we need to go is to that election place. Province has this control. They've taken it. They've pretty much taken all of our power away as a councillor. The only person who's kept us with power is our mayor. And I will say that over and over again, because we could have lost our power here when he was given that strong mayor. And I sometimes wonder why we even sit around this table, but our mayor was the one that said, no, it's still going to remain as a democracy, which is what it should be. And we need to tell the province to take him back off. But since the province has put this in our plate, we need to do something. And I think that moving forward is where we need to go, but hopefully with a great relationship with the developer. Thank you.
Further comment? Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Christy. You hit the nail on the head as far as I'm concerned. To the developers, I hope we can always have a great working relationship. But I will say that I'm very frustrated with the provincial development regulations. As it's been pointed out, they've taken the power away from us. We could challenge a decision that we're maybe not comfortable with. It could go to a tribunal. We could lose, and we could get something worse. That's what frustrates me. We don't have the power that we used to have anymore. And I think this is a good example. You know, we question it, we question certain things, and if it goes to the tribunal, we lose. Plus spend all the tax dollars. So, yeah, am I comfortable? No. Will I support? Yes. Because I would like to think that with the developers sitting here in the room tonight, that they would be willing to work with us. I, too, have been around for a long time. I've been here longer than Christy, maybe longer than anybody around this table. I've seen the problems we've had, and our concerns are genuine. We've faced them. We've dealt with them. And whatever happens, we have to deal with it at the end of the day. And we're just trying to be proactive rather than reactive like we've had to do in the past. The second entrance, absolutely. May not be perfect, but after what we've seen historically, we have to have something like that just to make our job easier at the end of the day. So I hope you can respect us as much as we respect you, and our concerns are genuine. Thank you.
Further, pardon? Just Councilor Hudson, no, okay, then yes, because she hadn't spoken yet. Yep, go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question of the developer. What's the timeline for after the 150? And how soon after that are you going to come again with another application?
So the developer, just because they don't have delegation status,
They don't have
this is going to take, and then maybe Heather can give an overview of the timeline, because there's a number of conditions they have to clear.
Conditions, that's kind of what I want to know. What conditions are there before they're allowed to go pile up another right after?
Through you, your worship, I believe the list of, okay, thank you. The list of conditions, the draft list of conditions that is drafted at this stage are attached to the agenda. I believe there are, I think, 51 conditions that are attached to the approval. So each of those conditions would have to be satisfied for each phase of the development. So essentially, if they register the first 150 units, they would have to come back and they would enter into a new subdivision agreement with the town. They would have to demonstrate how each of those conditions are met for the next phase. So that's really our checks and balances. The timeline is fully dependent on the developer. So it really depends on how motivated they are to work through each of those conditions. We're available to help help them get through each of those conditions, but the onus is fully on the developer.
Okay.
Developer is asking if he would be able to come and speak to us.
Council would have to provide leave of their procedural bylaw. I think that given what I'm hearing around the table, that I think that unless council really wants that to happen, that I would advise, and it's a council's decision, that we follow our procedural bylaw. Do you think, again, procedural fairness to everyone, people may not have shown up because they didn't ask for delegation status to speak. And I think that council has to make the decision with all the information that's in front of them this evening. But council can waive if they like. Okay. So I will be supporting this. You know, I'm pretty proud of our council tonight because I saw a lot of maturity, you know, a lot of questions coming into this and concerns, but maybe because this was Southwest Oxford land, you know, their mayor, David Mayberry, who's not running anymore, I like to think of him as principled but practical. And I think that's what council's being tonight. Certainly we have concerns around issues and something that's new and something we haven't seen here before, and the concerns have been brought forward. But in practicality, we're hearing from our planners and the experts that, you know, those issues can be taken into account and be managed. And I think we're seeing that from the developer as well. They don't know 100% what's going to happen, so they're asking for leeway to be able to manage a situation. Think of what the landscape has changed in the real estate market within the last 3 years. and who knows what's going to happen going forward. I agree with the comments that our say as a community is being eroded by provincial centralization of what they want. And, you know, that's to the detriment of our particularly, you know, small community needs of what we would like to see happen there. But again, from a practical standpoint, we're not in control of that. The province has the right to make those decisions. They can bear the brunt of those decisions. We will have to live with them, but at the end of the day, we don't have the right to change them. And we have to follow through, and we have to follow, we're not allowed to be outside of the provincial rules. And to be honest, again, if we go to a provincial a body like the OLT, we better have something completely solid and being able to defend that and justify that to the public for this. When we talk about the secondary plan, we have, well, he was in the audience, the person that helped negotiate the boundary adjustment. If we were have to go out, we look at the traditional densities that are in the town of Ingersoll to go get that much land, the amount of time it took and the work to try not only get the boundary adjustment, but also the secondary plan and all that exercise and time and money, you know, we can't do business as usual and keep those same lots. And I think, you know, when we're looking at the new official plan and we're looking at zoning bylaw, we can't, you know, that's one of those things of, do those old policies still work? This has gone through a lot of engineering and scrutiny to say that, okay, these smaller things can work. And then they'll be re-scrutinized again when those plans are registered, and it's going to be a phase. It's one of the things, you look at this map, you're like, oh, you know, in our digital age, it's like, boom, this is going to happen overnight. Let's be honest, we average under 100 units built in the town of Ingersoll per year. Right now, it's about 6 this year. So we can look at Oxford Village that still isn't built out. You know, in its time frame, Sifton's property is still not built out. This is a long-range vision, and the market's going to be there, but in over time. And really, this is the gateway to our industrial land as well. The servicing for that will run through this, and hopefully, with that servicing, will bring jobs and industry that will spur new residential development. But you know, if there's no place for workers to live, then that's a detriment to that as well. So I think that there is the appropriate. There's 50 conditions on there that have to be met, and there's still that time frame to make sure. Now, I will say, I think that the developer is coming to the table and probably agrees with us on the secondary exit. Otherwise, they wouldn't agree to putting a normal size road allowance in up to that. And I certainly have no problem pushing that at the county. That's a policy, and it should not necessarily be cut in stone like any other policy. It should be looked at justification on that case. But I do think that, yeah, if there's 150 units, it probably doesn't need that at the beginning. And so certainly something that that can be looked at over time. And again, this will build out over time. And so it's one of those things where there's a difference to offer different type of housing that we don't have, and it is a long-range plan that that is going to change the landscape of Ingersoll, but that was the whole point of the secondary plan and bringing land in. So I'll be supporting it, and I'll be supporting it at county as well, and I'll leave my comments there. But yeah, it's been a lot of work, and I think all that time frame. One last point I want to make here. I think the developer is showing that they want to work with the town, because from a time standpoint, I'll be honest, if this was Sifton, we would have been at the OLT long ago. We wouldn't have made the decision. That got proven last time. And so I commend you guys for sticking it out and working with our staff to try to come to a solution. I know you have your, you know, economics and business and stuff as well. So this could have been not brought back to council. It could have went right there. So I do appreciate us getting a chance to have this, and I appreciate council's consideration and again, maturity on it with a principled approach to it. So yeah, I'll ask for any further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Yep. Did you know we could all talk? It could be, we can check that. Our next one is CP 2026-214, which is the application for zone change, BW Con Homes, and I'll turn that over to Heather Sinclair again. Thank you.
Site-specific provision will be required to permit a reduction to the exterior side yard width from 6 meters to 3 meters. The property is located on the south side of Clark Road, immediately west of Cash Crescent, and council did hear the application at a public meeting in November of last year. So planning staff have reviewed the application, and we are of the opinion that it's appropriate with regard to the policies of the PPS, as it will facilitate future residential development within the designated settlement area, and it will continue to efficiently utilize existing municipal land and infrastructure. The property is designated as low-density residential in the county's official plan, and staff are satisfied that the proposal complies with these policy directives. Specifically, we do note that the proposed dwelling type will not be out of character with similar properties in the area, which generally consist of single detached dwellings along Clark Road, but do include townhouse development on the east side of Cash Crescent. The property is located on a corner lot adjacent to the Cash Crescent Road allowance, and therefore is considered a corner lot. The R2 requires a minimum.
Heather, sorry to interrupt. Is your microphone on?
No, sorry. There
we go.
Sorry about that. Thank you. It's been on and off so many times. The property is located on a cornered lot because it's adjacent to the Cash Crescent Road allowance, and exterior side yards are required to maintain a minimum of 6 meters or 19.7 feet. However, the applicant's proposing 3 meters or 9.8 feet in this instance. The intent of the exterior side yard provision is to ensure that private development is set back appropriately from the road allowance for typical road maintenance purposes, snow removal, and the like, as well as for vehicle and pedestrian safety. In this instance, the town does own a 4.1 meter parcel that is utilized for drainage purposes between the subject lands and the right-of-way. So given that this additional setback does exist, staff are satisfied that the proposed exterior side yard reduction can be considered appropriate, as it will take into account those typical considerations for exterior side yards. So overall, staff are supportive of the request, and we have prepared a bylaw for council's consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the report? Seeing none, Councillor Halleru, please.
Thank you. Through you, moved by myself, Councillor Halleru, seconded by Councillor Vaquin-Bossens, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive report CP 2026-214 as information, and that Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll approve the zone change application submitted by BW Con Homes Limited for the lands described as Part Lot 21, Concession 2, West Oxford, to rezone the subject lands from Residential Type 1 Zone R1 to Special Residential Type 2 Zone R2 SP, to facilitate the development of a semi-detached dwelling with a reduction to the exterior side yard depth from 6 meters, 9.7 feet to 3 meters, 9.8 feet.
Thank you very much. Discussion. Councillor Halleru.
Yeah, I just want to say a big thank you to BW Con for just always finding those parts of our town that have to be rehabilitated and made into a dense city, contribution. So if you're there, just thank you for what you do. And I think this is, again, another masterpiece you'll put in our community.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, that takes us down to BL 001-26, Fence variance, 41 Witty Ave.
Good evening, council. The application before you is for a front yard fence variance for 41 Witty. The staff report is as submitted. Staff's recommendation is also as indicated in the report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Any much questions of the report? No. Seeing none, Councillor Van Kooten-Bosnes, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report BL-001-26 as information, and that this application for variance to allow a fence that exceeds 0.6 meters or 2 feet in the front yard of 41 Witty Ave, which starts at the front wall of the main building to the front property line, be denied.
Thank you very much. Discussion? Councillor Halleru, please.
Yeah, so the question I wanted to ask is just a general question regarding most buildings we see, most driveways we see have that little space between buildings, right? Like either a little lawn or a small like pavement kind of thing. Is there a reason why some homes have that driveway just really at the middle there where it causes a problem like this? There's no bylaw to prevent it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really just a design feature. There's nothing to stop someone from sort of putting them up against each other. In these ones where you've got a couple of, I think a couple semis, you're maximizing your lot size. I don't know that it's the gap that's causing the issue as much as the, even if there was a gap, they'd still be putting up a fence.
Mm-hmm.
What this is really looking for is a very high fence in a front yard, which creates a bunch of visibility issues, and of course staff recommended against it for those sorts of reasons. So, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate definitely that was a line of sight issue. I just wondered if, I never really seen that kind of clear line. I wondered why it's even allowed, but I guess it's their lot, it's their land. Thank you.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosnes and Councillor Hughes.
I'm just going to put it out to the public that please make sure you call in and find out about our fence bylaw. That's what it comes down to. You can't put a fence into your front yard, and we have some knowledgeable people that brought forward a great presentation earlier, and we appreciate that. So everybody, before you put up a fence, find out about our fence bylaw. Get your knowledge before you put money where you shouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions for the CVO through you, Mayor. And I apologize, I didn't get it on the question period. Have you checked into the other concerns of the neighbor regarding the actual height of the fence? Because I believe we do have a maximum height requirement in our fence bylaw. And also with regards to the cementing of the side yard in regards to grading and the how that's going to affect the neighbor's yard from the existing yard.
So the only thing I would ask is that because those don't deal with the variance that we have, could we ask those questions? Okay. Thank you. Any further questions or comments regarding the motion on the floor? Yeah, I can't support this. I can support the motion that's on the floor. I can't support the request due to the safety concerns. That's what it's all about for me, is the sightline issues. Yeah, there's a reason that's like that, and I don't want to set a precedent for anyone like that. Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried to deny. And that takes us to our next BL 002-26, our next fence variance request.
Again, through you, Your Worship, the application before you is for both a rear lot line and exterior lot line fence at 56 David. It is a replacement fence for an existing fence. The report before you is as submitted. Staff's recommendation is also as indicated in the report, and again, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions of the report? See none. Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report BL-002-26 as information, and that this application as it relates to 56 David Street for variance be approved to allow a maximum fence height of 2.44 meters or 8 feet along the rear property line and a maximum fence height along the exterior side yard property line from 2.44 meters or 8 feet at the rear corner to 1.83 meters or 6 feet at the front corner, measured from grade.
Thank you very much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, that takes us to C-026-26, new cemetery bylaw. Turn it over to clerks.
Thank you, and I believe the deputy clerk will be joining us. She authored this report and did the bulk of the work on this very extensive bylaw, so we'll hand it over to Julie Clayton.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So this report presents the town's first cemetery bylaw since assuming responsibility as a licensed operator of the Ingersoll Rural Cemetery on January 1st of this year. Because the former cemetery board was dissolved, the town is required under legislation to establish its own bylaw governing the administration and operation of the cemetery. So although the previous bylaw has served the cemetery well, it was adopted in 2013 and no longer reflects the current governance structure, the legislative requirements, or many of the administrative practices that have developed over the years. So in preparing this bylaw, staff consulted extensively with the Township of Zora, our finance department, cemetery operations staff, and stakeholders to ensure the document's practical and reflects current industry standards. We've also reviewed the BAO's resources and a number of recently adopted municipal cemetery bylaws across Ontario. The proposed bylaw is not intended to significantly change how the cemetery operates. Instead, it modernizes and clarifies the existing rules by updating legislative requirements and formalizing administrative procedures. So this evening, staff are asking council to approve the bylaw in principle so that we can begin the required public consultation process and submit the draft to the Bereavement Authority of Ontario for review. Once the BAO approval has been received, the final bylaw will be brought back to council for formal adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions I have.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Seeing none, I have two questions, and I've shared them with the clerk, but one is about just being on the previous cemetery board, is that clarity about when the bylaw takes place, which one takes precedent, is either when someone is the one when they're presented when they've purchased a plot or interment rights, I would say, or when the one that's in effect that is there at the time, because they may change over time and there's that way. The other one is a suggestion, and whether that's brought forward that way or not is certainly up to staff, is that there's a part in there about minors under 12 and under need required adult supervision. I would argue that in the past, the problems we've had is with those 13 to 18-year-olds. And so it maybe be a suggestion just to include any minor be accompanied by an adult so that can be dealt with. Other than that, I appreciate all the work that went into it. That's just some historical context from the past. So yeah, that's my question, I guess, if there's one there. But again, I guess this will be, I guess if there's a question, this will be brought back before council is in the report for the full adoption, correct?
That's correct, through you, and that would be after the public consultation process and the approval of the BAO is when it will be brought back. So I think those are two easy changes we can make that can be added before we begin those two processes.
Further questions, comments, input? Councillor Halleru?
Yeah, so the question is, if there are any changes or requests that need to be considered, at what point how do they get into the report before? Or is it during a public consultation?
Yeah, so during the public consultation, through the mayor, we will take feedback, and anything that we review and think that would be a good addition to the bylaw, we would incorporate into the new bylaw that's brought forward to council. There would be an accompanying report to that bylaw that would indicate what the feedback was and what changes were made.
Any further questions? No, Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report C-026-26 as information, and that Council approve the draft cemetery bylaw in principle, and that staff be directed to undertake the public notice and consultation requirements prescribed under the Ontario Regulation 30/11, and submit the draft cemetery bylaw to the Bereavement Authority of Ontario for review and approval. And further, that following receipt of approval from the Bereavement Authority of Ontario, staff bring the final cemetery bylaw forward to a council for adoption.
Thank you very much. Discussion. I'm just going to say, again, Councillor Hughes and I, after sitting on the cemetery board in different roles, fully appreciate the amount of work that went into this. Certainly the board was aware that it needed to update, but given that the changes that were coming, we put that off onto you lovely people. So we appreciate that. So further discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then we'll go to Community Services CS 009-26 Volunteer Bench Recognition Program. I'll turn that over to Mr. Roth, please.
Through your worship. At the May Council meeting, staff were directed to bring forward a report on providing and installing a bench at the off-leash dog park in recognition of the volunteers who spearheaded the development of the dog park, as well as exploring an opportunity to recognize volunteers throughout the town of Ingersoll. In developing this recommendation, staff referenced the town's memorial bench policy to ensure consistency with other commemorative benches located on town-owned property. Staff have identified 4 wording options for council's consideration. Staff are recommending that the recognition plaque be incorporated into a stone placed beside the bench, similar to the commemorative stones located out front of the Victoria Park Community Center. An appropriate location has been identified near the entrance of the dog park. This site was selected because it does not require the removal of any trees and ensures the bench and recognition feature will be visible to all visitors entering the dog park. The cost of the bench, the stone, and the installation can be accommodated within the remaining balance of the dog park fundraising account. Staff have confirmed the cost of the bench and have obtained an estimate for the stone. The final cost of the stone will depend on the size and the amount of text approved by council. Subject to council's approval, staff will proceed with ordering the bench and the stone. The Public Works Department will prep the site, including construction of the concrete pad and completion of the installation. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of the report or input for Councillor Hudson, who has the, do you have a preferred?
Yeah, I spoke with Danny earlier.
Okay. So any questions or clarification? Councillor Halleru, please.
So you said there's going to be a cost to the writing and the stone. So I thought that was what you're going to present tonight. So are we waiting for another meeting to know the cost and have to approve that separately?
Through your Mayor Petrie. No, I've confirmed with Irina what is left in that fundraising account, and all of the costs that will be associated will fall within that amount. So when I spoke with the memorial company, they gave me an estimate price, but they said until we know the exact wording and the size of font you want, but the estimates that they've provided are well within the budget remaining.
Any further questions? I'll turn it over to Councillor Hudson.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report CS-009-26 as information, and that Council approve the installation of a volunteer recognition bench at the Ingersoll Off-Leash Dog Park, and that Council direct staff to finalize wording of the plaque to read, "The Ingersoll Off-Leash Dog Park is a lasting example of what volunteers can achieve together. This bench is dedicated to all those who helped make this park possible."
And that was number 4. Okay. Perfect. Discussion. All those in favor?
Oh, I have discussion.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's,
No,
yeah,
I'd,
that's when you put your hand.
I did this.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You looked the other way. Fully support the changes to the wording that Councillor Hudson put in place. It is going to be at the dog park, and that was the initial brought forward, so definitely support that all the way.
Further discussion? Make sure. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's getting later, so eyes don't work as well. Okay. That's late for people. We'll go back to Community Services, CS-01026 George Curry, a diamond rename. Thank you.
Again, through you, Mayor Petrie. The Sports Hall of Fame Committee has brought forward a recommendation to rename the South Ball Diamond at Victoria Park as the George Curry Diamond. Currently, the ball diamond at St. Jude's Catholic School is named in honor of Mr. Curry. However, the sign has deteriorated over time, and the town does not own the property on which the diamond is located. The committee is proposing that a banner recognizing Mr. Curry be installed on the backstop of the fence at Victoria Park South Diamond. The cost of the banner would be funded through the Sports Hall of Fame budget. In addition, Mr. Curry's Sports Hall of Fame biography could be displayed on the diamond to recognize his contributions to baseball in our community. Thanks. I'll take any questions.
Questions from council? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Through you to Danny. With the new naming of that specific diamond, are we going to have a brief write-up history of Mr. Curry on that, similar to what we have in the John Bertram over at the tennis court?
Through you, Mayor Petrie. Yes, Councillor Hughes, there will. I'm proposing that his recognition that is on his Sports Hall of Fame biography be placed. It may not be on the same sign. I would have to consult with the Sports Hall of Fame what their recommendation was, but there will be, that's what I'm recommending, being installed at the location as well.
I was just going to ask, do we need to make a change to the motion at all to include that, or we're just going to consider that being part of the existing motion?
I think that would be direction staff that we heard that is going to,
okay, perfect.
to happen there. Councillor Van Kouten-Bosens?
I was just going to say, I was actually at that committee meeting, and that's pretty much what the committee had said. So how Danny's going with it is perfect, and we just wanted to make sure that it was being brought back to the town facility, because unfortunately it's not ours. At any time we could lose those rights, and so we just wanted to bring it back, and instead of putting it back there where we'd have to maybe move it eventually, why not just move it to one of our own parks at that point? So that's why that got brought forward.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerud, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive report CS-010-26 as information, and that Council approves the renaming of the Victoria Park South Diamond to the George Curry South Diamond as recommended by the Sports Hall of Fame Committee and supported by Community Services staff.
Thank you very much. Discussion. I asked, I have a copy of the Sports Hall of Fame in my office, but it was an old one. from the original time. So I didn't have George Curry. So I went to the museum, and Stephanie provided, it says, just for people, George, because I didn't know who Mr. Curry was either. So George Harris Curry was a cornerstone of Ingersoll baseball, significantly impacting the community between 1986 and 1990. Beyond his vital sponsorship of numerous local teams, he dedicated himself to the game as an umpire for ladies fastball. In recognition of his lasting legacy, a baseball field was named in his honor. Another one will be. Following his passing, community donations in his name funded the installation of lights on Ingersoll Diamonds, ensuring his passion for the sports to continue to shine. So that was, that's there. And so I certainly appreciate, I talked to Dan earlier today, is that I think that's important to have that information, much like we did to the tennis courts. And not only here, but as we all get older, and we have people come and go in our community, all of our facilities that are named for people, it's going to be, to try to get that name recognition out there about why it is, I think of Garden Elliott Park and all our parks like that at one time everybody knew who they were, but as time goes on, we don't maybe know the story behind them. So it's fully supportive of that effort, and I think it's good that the Sports Hall of Fame committee brought that forward, because it is not our diamond right there. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Excellent. We will move on to OP 013-26, the traffic and parking update for Francis Street. Matt, please.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mayor. This report is presented in response to some concerns with emergency vehicles and snow clearing operations on Francis Street during church services on Sunday, where there's currently permitted parking on both the north and south side of the road between Oxford and Earl Street. So in short, staff have met with the church prior to bringing this recommendation to review the concerns, and which they're very understanding of, wanting to ensure for everybody in the community that snow clearing could occur and emergency vehicles had their best range of access. It was a good timing to bring this report together now that the Oxford Street South lot has available parking, permit-free parking on weekends. So it's the church was understanding about losing the parking on the north side of Francis Street. So staff are recommending to update the traffic and parking bylaw to have no parking on the north side of Francis Street, while the parking on the south side can remain. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you much. Questions of the report? Seeing none, Councillor Halleru, please. Go ahead, sorry.
So how significant is the impact on parking now on those weekends when they need them? Is it a longer line on one side, or it's?
It's through you, Mayor. With meeting with the church, I understand that they have up to 1,000 members. So it's they require a significant amount of parking wherever they can find it in the area. So there'll be a loss of a few spots. Primarily those spots on the north side of Francis Street they used for accessible parking, being closest to the church doors. But they said they could work with their members to have their accessible parking prioritized on the south side of Francis, and have some of their members assist people across the street, especially in the wintertime. So.
Sounds good. I hope they're not angry with us, but. All right, moved by myself, Councilor Halleru, seconded by Councilor Beckman-Bosons, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report 0P-013-26 as information, and that Council directs staff to amend the consolidated traffic and parking bylaw to restrict parking on the north side of Francis Street between Oxford Street and Earl Street.
Thank you very much. Discussion? I'll just say that, yeah, that is a going concern, as the old saying goes, that they have two church services, and with that, with the Anglican Church, there's, the whole area is being widely used on a Sunday morning, which is good to have everybody downtown. But yeah, it's that's an old narrow street, and so I think that yeah, it warrants it. Yeah. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, and that takes us down to OP 016-26. Back to you, Matt.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. This report is seeking Council's approval for the subdivision agreement with Sifton for Harris View Phase 5. So in short, the detailed design for this last section, or not last section, this Phase 5 section of Harris View has been reviewed with engineering. They're clearing their draft plan conditions. This is next step, entering the subdivision agreement. We're collecting approximately $868,000 in financial security for this phase of the development. There's no financial impact to town staff, as our new fees and charges that we are charging for these developments do cover staff time for administrating these agreements and inspecting and ensuring all conditions are cleared appropriately. So I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you very much. Questions of the report? I have one. The stormwater management pond that's a part of this development has not been assumed due to the agreement saying not until it's fully built out. There's still a further phase before that would happen?
That's correct. So these lands are all still tributary to that stormwater management facility. So each successive phase, there is still a phase 6 beyond this phase 5 that would contribute to that pond. So there'd be terms within subsequential agreements that take care of the stormwater management pond administration.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please.
Certainly. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive staff report OP-016-26 as information, and that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll directs staff to execute the subdivision agreement with Sifton Properties Limited as it pertains to application SB 16-04-6 as attached to this report.
Thank you very much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that takes us down to T-02026, proposed fees for the 96 niche columbarium, and looks like Treasury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Deputy Treasurer prepared the report, and she's been waiting patiently to present it.
Well, in that case, we must take a break. No.
What an accommodating girl.
Good evening. This report is before council to present the proposed fees for the town's new 96 niche columbarium at the cemetery. The purchase of the new columbarium was approved in April, and although it has not yet been installed, staff are recommending that the fees are approved, so pricing is in place when the niches become available for sale. In developing the proposed fee structure, staff reviewed pricing from surrounding municipalities and compared it with the town's existing columbarium pricing. The proposed fees continue the town's current pricing approach by recognizing that the middle tiers are the most desirable and accessible, while the upper and lower tiers are priced accordingly to reflect accessibility. The recommended fees are outlined in the report, and a bylaw has been included in tonight's agenda should council wish to approve the proposed fee schedule, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions of the report? I have one. The fee structure can be looked at. Is this like solidified for this columbarium, or can we look at that over time? My concern is that the old fee structure was based off the labor costs and stuff of the old agreement, and with the cemetery being taken over municipally, those will change. Because I did see that like Dorchester is $585 or something like that. So is it possible for those fees to be re-looked at after a certain time?
Yes, and every year we do bring the user fees and to council once a year, typically for January 1st, for any increases or adjustments that need to be made to those.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Wilson, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hughes. You gotta be fast.
I was. Will these fees, we were just talking about the fees, will they be included in the fees and costs bylaw that we have existing?
That's correct. They will be added to the other fees that are in there for the cemetery as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Wilson, thank you.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives report number T-020-26 as information, and that Council approves the fees and charges for the columbarium number 5 as established in the report and formalized by bylaw 26-5474.
Thank you. Discussion. Fun fact is that when you sell something at like an interment rights, a lot of that money is gone to the care and maintenance fund. And so you lose a bunch of that. Even if you raise up the fees on that, it's by percentage, so you don't get that much. It has to go in that fund. Whereas the interment fee is really what the cost of the cemetery is to do the job. So that's where you do get to collect that. So it's sometimes more advantageous to raise that fee than the interment rights. But, yeah, I had to get that in there because before I had a pecuniary interest when I was on the board, so I couldn't talk about it. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. A accessibility standpoint in an open meeting, can we just make sure that it is a welcoming environment? The lights are on? The lights are on. We don't want to make sure like we're closed. But we don't need the CAO to operate, so we will go to correspondence and resolution. Councillor Bowman, please, the first.
Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives the correspondence from the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority regarding Conservation Authority consolidation update as information.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Hudson, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Strong Mayor Framework.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding the Strong Mayor's Framework as information.
Thank you. Discussion? You'll notice in there that they've removed some strong mayor powers during the election period, and that it will affect budget time somewhat, possibly because you can't, the strong mayor, you can't propose it until that year of the budget. So it would have, a 2027 budget would have to be proposed in election year of 2027. So depending on timing and everything else, that could actually slow down getting those things in the town that would get housing going. So yeah, but maybe they should consider that all the time, as pulling those things back of, you know, hiring, firing staff and all those things, because what else could happen? So further discussion? Yeah, Councillor Hughes, saw you.
Perfect, thank you. Since you brought it up, will staff continue or start the budgetary process like they normally do, but it's not brought forward until January the 1st?
I'll take that one. We are starting in a normal sort of timeline, and yeah, we are looking at how we can bring that forward in on a sort of different timeline, but our work continues as normal.
You just thought it is going to be difficult in some respects, because can you give direction? Can the mayor give direction to staff to prepare, like to start that process? I don't know.
Flip a coin.
But,
Yep.
but as a CAO, wouldn't you would want to start the whole process? I mean, you're not, do you actually have to wait for to be given that instruction? I mean, as a CAO, you just go ahead.
You know, not to get too deep in the rabbit hole, but this is some of the questions that come up with the strong mayor situation, right? But yeah, this case, I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to start doing our homework, and we're going to, so.
Councillor Hallerbrook?
Isn't it, thank you. Isn't it typical that departments already are in the process anyways? And then just to prepare it for council is what we're talking about, right?
Certainly, but just within the confines of the strong mayor legislation. Remember last year that you have to give direction to be able to have that process. It's whether how that can be accommodated with under these new rules. It may slow things down.
I guess we'll find out.
Yep. We may not even be here. Further discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? And then Councillor, oh, no, the second one is Councillor Hughes, please. Minister Ms. Fair's Parkland dedication.
Thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Yu, seconded by Councillor Hellerue, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll received a correspondence from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding parkland dedication regulations as information.
Thank you very much. Discussion? I think we've had a lot of discussion on the powers of the province, and this is just one that will not allow us to have the say that we want in our community. In fact, it could be left with land that's absolutely useless. So, yeah. Yep. Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And Councillor Hallerue, Ingersoll Safe Cycling Committee line painting request.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Hallerue, seconded by Councillor Bacon-Bosens, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll received the correspondence from Ingersoll Safe Cycling Committee regarding line painting as information. Optionally, we can have Council of the Corporation of Ingersoll direct staff to allocate funds in the 2027 budget for line painting on North Town Line and Clark Road West. So is that something we can do?
That's an option for council. That's the request of the committee, was to have that.
Are you putting it forth as a motion?
That's what I'm saying. Can I put it? Because we just talked about the budget thing.
Yeah, you can add to it.
You can
Okay.
add to it, and I'll second that.
All right, so I'll add that to it.
Okay, excellent. Discussion? Certainly, this is what the committee, it was a recommendation that to make sure that it's in the budget for council's consideration to make sure that line painting's up there, and there wasn't in the budget at that point, and it's more to tighten like the time frame up in between. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And okay, closed session. And if you want to tag on a recess on there as well to the end of the closed session. Oh, it's Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, sorry. I saw the Deputy Mayor Wilson for a second. No, that's up to you if you want to add to that resolution.
All right. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that council do now go into a closed session meeting at 10 p.m. 9:51 right now, but we'll go in at 10 p.m. Pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, to discuss the following matters. 1, minutes of a closed session, October, oh no, we're taking that out, right? Taking that out. So number 1, minutes of a closed session, April 13th, 2026, and 2, 239(2)B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, good gosh, we're getting late, including municipal or local board employees, and F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive and consider legal advice regarding municipal property standards enforcement and jurisdictional authority related to a complaint.
Thank you very much. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And just before we go, I did forget notice of motion. Does anybody have a notice of motion to introduce? Seeing none? Okay, we're good. We'll now reconvene in the J.C. Hirt Room at 10 p.m.
10 p.m.
into regular session? We already did. Oh, okay, over there, right. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, that bylaws 26-5774 to 26-5777 be approved, subject to Section 284.114 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you very much. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Hallerud to adjourn the meeting, please.
Thank you. Okay, so moved by myself, Councilor Hallerud, seconded by Councilor Van Kooten-Bosens, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll adjourn the July 13, 2026 regular meeting of council at 10:26 p.m.
Thank you. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Considering everything, that's pretty good.
Thank you.